Okay, do I have a motion to, there we go. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Certification. I need a motion to certify closed session, that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Turbaka?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, board members. As we returned from closed session, I want to thank everyone in the audience for being here tonight. The purpose of this meeting is for the school board to conduct the business of the school division. Conversations in the audience can often be distracting to board members because of our close proximity in this room. If you wish to have a conversation with another member of the audience, please move to the hallway. One more thing I'd like to add to this is you may move out into the hallway, but we would appreciate if you don't go upstairs in the building. You are welcome to return to the room once you've finished your conversation. Now we're going to move on to our mission and beliefs. Our student representatives tonight are, well, it looks like we just have one. So we have Ann Ray Sisson from Eastern Montgomery High School, and she will read our mission and beliefs for us.
Anne Ray wasn't able to make
No,
it today.
you're
Yeah.
Myra.
Yeah.
One
Thank
of
you.
these days I am going to get you guys right. Naira Rodriguez Fernandez.
Yeah. MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion. MCPS empowers learners to realize success in an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and intentional exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences. MCPS beliefs. All students can learn in order to pursue their dreams. Schools are safe places of joy, wonder, and creativity. Every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. Kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member. The diversity of our community is one of our greatest strengths. All people deserve equitable access to opportunities and resources. Every child deserves an advocate. Honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community. Open communication and feedback are vital to our growth. Learning and teaching are collective efforts that begin at birth and involve the entire community. Relationship building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Thank you, Naira. Okay. Public address. Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when time is up. And let me tell you that we have a very long list today, so if we want to get in as many speakers as we can, let's try not to have any disruptions, okay? So the first speaker is Jacob Meyer, and on deck is Betty Thomas.
My name is Jacob Gray, and I'm a trans and gender fluid student at Blacksburg High School. I have divorced parents that have a 50-50 shared custody agreement. One parent consents and the other doesn't. Because one parent is needed for a name and pronoun change, there have been arguments between the two of them, which, because of the non-consenting parent, has been adamant about the changes not being made, and to my knowledge has filed an appeal. Due to my parents' conflicting opinions regarding my wishes about how I wish to be addressed, I am left feeling emotionally and physically drained. If the policy did not have the parental consent as a factor, then there would be no need for a discussion with my parents, nor would there be anything either of my parents could do concerning the way I choose to identify myself. I ask that you reconsider omitting the parent consent piece of the current transgender policy altogether.
Thank you, Jacob. Next on the speaker is Betty Thomas, and we have Glenn Chilcote on deck. Would you like that to be moved down a little bit for you? Mr. Knott, can you help?
Okay, got it.
So you don't have to stand on your tippy toes?
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
And you have name and your, what town you live in.
Good evening. My name is Betty Thomas. I am from Christiansburg. I use these are pronouns, and I'm gender fluid, non-binary, and transgender. The last time I was here, I talked with you about the transgender policy. And so far, my year's been a great one. The people in my class use my pronouns and are kind. There are no words to describe how supportive my teachers, counselors, librarian, and principals have been to me. The best part of my year has been knowing that I'm safe in my school and that I can be who I am. Though my year has been great, there are other kids in our school system who have been hurt by the implementation of the policy. Some kids wanted their teachers to use their pronouns, only to learn that they would be outed to their parents. Trans kids now have to choose between being misgendered and being out to their parents. This is not fair or safe. Parent legal guardians should not get to decide how a child will be identified. A student, no matter how old they are, should get to make this choice for themselves. No matter how hard they try, nobody, not even a parent, will ever be able to know another person as well as they know themselves. I'm about to go to a new school, and I don't know which teachers will support me. Changing schools means starting all over. There will probably be more students who don't understand me, and having a teacher display a pride flag tells me that they will protect me. It takes time to build relationships with teachers, but sometimes I need to be able to identify a safe space very quickly. Pride flags and safe space stickers keep me safe and protect my mental health. Another way to make LGBTQ+ kids feel safe in our schools is to make sure that our school and classroom libraries are inclusive. It is important to learn about queer people and our history, but some schools in Virginia are even talking about burning books with queer characters or stories. When the Nazis burned books, they also targeted books about queer people, so some of our history was destroyed. But if we can tell others more about our community, they'll see that queer history is American history. It's a scary time to be a trans kid in this country. Right now, Texas is trying to take away trans kids from their families and their homes. Florida passed a law banning discussions about gender and sexuality in school. Idaho is trying to make it illegal to provide trans kids with proper medical care. Some of you have made me feel safe at school, and I appreciate that. But now is not the time to congratulate yourselves on what you have done. There is so much work to do. Please help trans kids. Let them, not their parents, choose the name and pronouns they will be called at school. Allow teachers to display pride flags and safe space stickers in our classrooms. And make sure our libraries and classrooms have inclusive materials. These are scary times. Please don't make our schools scary too. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Mr. Chilcote, and on deck is Katie Seidemann.
Chair Cass and members of the board, my name is Glenn Chilcote and I live in Blacksburg. I am here once again to speak about collective bargaining. As you know, we are currently writing a joint resolution which we will hope will be presented to you in the coming weeks. If you approve this resolution, you will be honoring the employees of MCPS with a meaningful seat at the table. This meaningful seat will allow us to negotiate parts of our contract, such as duty-free lunch and parameters around planning time. We're asking for the ability to communicate, collaborate, and compromise with you. Unfortunately, I need to dispel many myths about collective bargaining again, and you're going to hear a lot of these lies tonight. First, we cannot strike or stage a sick out. That is illegal in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and it is not something we would ever consider. Secondly, taxes cannot be raised. The school board does not have that power, and we know the Board of Supervisors in Montgomery County would never do that. Thirdly, no one is required to pay dues. Only if you choose to be a member of the Education Association, which comes with its separate benefits, and I could talk about that, but you don't have to join if you don't want to. No one is forced to be a member of MCEA, but I will tell you this, everyone, regardless of whether they are a member or not, will reap the benefits from collective bargaining. And lastly, no voices will be silenced. Our building reps are teachers. I'm a teacher. My wife is a teacher. Our education support professionals, our teachers, they're the reps representing everyone, and they do not speak for anyone unless they are given permission. I could stand here for hours and speak about the benefits of collective bargaining, but my time is running short. So I will briefly say that collective bargaining is proven to increase employee morale, teacher retention, and student learning outcomes. These are facts. Our efforts to gain a meaningful seat align with the strategic plan, the Code of Virginia, and the policies and procedures laid out by you, the school board. Finally, the values that are evident in collective bargaining are respect for our teachers, our staff, and the varied needs of our students. It is incredibly important we recognize that teachers and support personnel are an integral part of the public education community. We are the ones who know the students' names. We are the first link to parents as partners in the education of their child. This is why it is imperative that we are provided the right to a meaningful seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chilcote. Ms. Seidemann? And on deck is Anna Vijayan.
Good evening. My name is Katie Seidemann, and I live in Christiansburg. I'm also a music teacher at EMHS and CMS. I'm here tonight to continue to voice my support for the right of MCPS employees to collectively bargain their contracts. I would also like to reiterate that collective bargaining does not and cannot raise taxes in Montgomery County. We are not asking for more money from the county, but rather a say in how the money we are already being given is allocated within our school system. To be clear, this will most likely include a request to increase the salaries of all MCPS employees over the years. However, it will also include requests for so much more. For example, requesting increased funding for student mental health services within our schools, healthcare benefits for all employees, adequate compensation for overtime work, hazard pay, and more. These are benefits that most workers in the U.S. are already guaranteed. Why should the workers of MCPS be afforded anything less? Additionally, there seems to be some misinformation concerning who will be doing the bargaining on behalf of the employees of MCPS. The employees of MCPS will be doing the bargaining on behalf of the employees of MCPS. The custodians, who work from sunup to sundown to ensure a safe and clean environment for everyone, will bargain for the rights of the custodians. The bus drivers, who are our first point of contact for most students every morning and the last point of contact at the end of the day, will bargain for the rights of the bus drivers. The cafeteria workers, who can make meals for the entire school out of almost nothing, will bargain for the rights of cafeteria workers. The teachers, who work tirelessly to differentiate their instruction for hundreds of students within extremely limiting parameters, will bargain for the rights of the teachers. School counselors, who encounter our most challenging students at their most challenging times, will bargain for the rights of school counselors. School aides will bargain for the rights of school aides. Nurses will bargain for the rights of nurses. Administrative assistants will bargain for the rights of administrative assistants. Librarians will bargain for the right of librarians. We, the employees of MCPS, will bargain for the rights of the employees of MCPS. Not some outside company, not the quote-unquote union bosses, but the people who work every day to make sure our students are safely transported, well-fed, have a clean environment in which to learn, are well-educated, and are well-loved. The people who know the students' names of every student will be the ones bargaining for a say in those students' learning conditions, because our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seidemann. Next, we have Anna Vijayan. Anna, could you tell me if I'm saying your last name properly?
It's Vijayan.
Vijayan?
Yes, thank you.
Better. Sorry.
No problem.
And on deck is Cedar Krish.
My name is Anna Vijayan, and I live in Blacksburg. I'd like to talk about some of the supposed legal issues regarding pride flags and make the point that the legal advice that you've been given functioned to steer you toward a particular decision, the decision that pride flags had to come down, even though this does not actually need to be the case. Specifically, here is some of what I observed during the October 5th board meeting. First, rather than simply answering questions from board members, your lawyer started out with a recommendation that your mission statement and your beliefs replace pride flags in the classrooms. He then pointed out that the courts recognize that when teachers speak, that speech can be attributed to the board. I want to note that this in itself does not disallow pride flags from being displayed. The school board is entirely free to make the decision that because pride flags signal a safe, welcoming space for LGBTQ+ students, they are an allowed form of speech in the school environment. In fact, the display of pride flags is entirely consistent with the beliefs expressed in the MCPS mission statement that schools are safe spaces, and that every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. What better way to express love and safety to LGBTQ+ students than to display a flag that recognizes them? Third, your lawyer cited multiple times an article from the National Law Review to support his argument that allowing pride flags would open the schools up to all kinds of political symbols. In fact, I looked up that article, and it does not mention pride flags at all. It does mention MAGA and Build Back Better as political speech, and it mentions BLM, Antifa, and the Neo-Confederate movement as social movements, but it does not mention the pride flag. Finally, your lawyer focused repeatedly on the importance of the consistent application of the current board policy regarding political speech by teachers, but he never gave a legal opinion based on solid legal precedent on whether or not the display of the pride flag is truly political speech. Instead, he focused on the possibility of political pushback from some elements of the community without considering whether such pushback would have legal merit. He also never raised the possibility of changing the wording of the policy, which is a perfectly reasonable, legally defensible fix to the issues he raised. This is my solution: fix the policy. Rewrite it to clarify that what is disallowed is voicing support for particular political movements, and add a sentence that says that teachers may display images that communicate safety and love to members of the community who have historically been marginalized. I also suggest that you hire a lawyer who is open to hearing the will of the board, answers your questions, and comes up with legally defensible solutions to the issues you ask them to solve, rather than focusing on one particular point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vijayan. Next, we have Cedar Krish, and I don't have my spreadsheet up, so I'll tell you who's up next. Who's next? Eden Brack is next.
Hi, my name is Cedar Krish. I am a student at Blacksburg High School, and I am the co-president of the Blacksburg High School Prayer Club. Today, I'm here to discuss the policy regarding teacher displays in classrooms. Firstly, I would like to bring up the inherent bias this new ruling has had against teachers who are allies of LGBTQ students and students of color. Policy 5-1.5 states that teachers should, quote, avoid using position for personal gain through political, social, religious, economic, or other influence. If we believe that this policy justifies the removal of any and all non-educational mention of these in classrooms, why then are symbols of pride and racial equality the only things being removed? Why are shirts and pins displaying pride flags banned, but not clothing and jewelry with religious iconography? If you care about removing politics, how come nothing has been done about a certain BHS teacher, who I won't name, that frequently uses class time to blast radical and often racist political broadcasts? The only explanation I can come up with is that the school board doesn't care about removing all materials listed in their policy, but only those they disagree with. I would also like to mention that many of these displays are being banned due to a so-called political nature. However, most of the displays you're trying to remove are not political in nature, but rather support human rights regardless of ethnicity, gender, or sexuality. In fact, removing of displays of equality goes against School Board Policy 5-1.5, which I used before, which states that teachers should, quote, support the civil and human rights of all individuals. Since it seems to be a major part of this issue, I'm going to take a moment to talk about pride flags in particular. It is important to understand the effect that removing pride flags will have on the mental health of LGBTQ students. Having flags up in a classroom denotes that a classroom is a safe space for queer students and lets students know they can talk to the teacher about bullying and harassment related to their sexuality or gender. In fact, according to studies conducted by the World Health Organization and the Trevor Project, LGBTQ students who have a safe space or someone to advocate for them are less likely to experience depression or commit suicide. Are you really willing to risk students feeling isolated and alone just to remove some flags? And this is what I was going to talk about today, but since I have extra time, I would like to also urge that you reconsider parental consent for transgender students to change their name and pronouns in the school system. As a transgender student, I recently had to get my name and pronouns changed and was only able to do so in the school system because I am 18, because my father does not agree with my change of name and pronouns. Thank you for your time, and please consider the students of MCPS when making your decision.
Thank you, Cedar. Eden Brock. And up after Eden is Kelly Brennan.
Hello, I'm Eden Brock. I am a student at Blacksburg High School as well, and I'm the ethical president of the Blacksburg High School Pride Club. I really wanted to focus on the importance of having safe spaces that are obviously indicated at schools. I am an openly queer student, and I'm a senior, and I was able to become an officer my sophomore year of high school for the Pride Club, and I was able to help see it grow and struggle through COVID-19. And I was lucky enough to be able to set it up again this year so we can have a good base when I graduate. I get to see how much a safe space helps students feel comfortable in themselves and in the relationships they make in high school. I've met some amazing friends by having a place where I feel safe to be myself. While having peer support is also great, having staff who you know won't judge you is so important. I have struggled with severe depression and anxiety throughout my time in high school and middle school, and I always had someone to support me at home, and I also knew teachers who were there for me. And my sexuality was never a main issue for that because I had support. But I know there are so many people who don't have that support at home and they need it at school. And they have no way of knowing if they're actually safe if teachers can't show that they're a safe space with flags or pens or just anything to indicate that they are available to be talking to. Kids need people they can trust at school. And that's hard to come by sometimes if you feel like there's a lot of people out against you. If teachers aren't able to visibly show that they are a safe space with open doors, students will be without support, and that can be detrimental to their mental health and their safety. I can speak from experience that if without the support I received, I probably wouldn't be here today. So I just want to say, keep in mind the safety of your students, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Eden. Kelly Brennan is up next. And then after Kelly is Alicia Vaught.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Brennan, and I live in Reiner. I thank you all for your time and attention. I'm here to address current practices and discuss treatment of transgender students within our school system and society as a whole. I'm also the parent of a transgender person who is a graduate of Montgomery County Public Schools. I sincerely and gratefully thank those individuals, both within and outside of MCPS, who helped us get our kid across the finish line. Being a parent is not easy for anyone, and being a parent of a person with atypical needs adds additional challenges. Tragically, anyone who is viewed as different or non-conforming is often socially stigmatized, mistreated, and underserved by our society. Folks, we can do better than this. Indeed, we are called to do better than this. And we have made progress, but sadly and typically, only after long and bitter struggles, rendering much trauma and harm to one another. It does not have to be this way. Rather, we choose for it to be this way. This is because we are often irrationally fearful of the unfamiliar and unknown, and most all of us have a fear of not fitting in and of being socially isolated. The practice barring teachers' display of symbols reflecting the values of broader social inclusion and acceptance are counter to the collective desire to form a more perfect union. Many gender nonconforming people wish to be addressed by a chosen name rather than a given name, and desire to use self-identifying pronouns that do not match what we perceive them to be. And they wish to do so without changing legal documents or involving parents. It is my understanding that current practice requires staff to report such requests and requires that parents be notified. Coupled with the practice on displays by teachers, these actions only serve to further malign and marginalize minority student populations within our school system. I am repeatedly impressed and inspired by the young people who come before you week after week, often in the face of open hostility, to passionately and respectfully share with you their hopes, fears, experiences, and needs. We have all now heard the shocking and tragic statistics about the harassment, homelessness, attempted suicide, and suicide among transgendered youth. The aforementioned practices are not likely to positively influence outcomes for transgender students in Montgomery County. I ask this board to listen to and hear what these students are saying, and then do for them what they are asking you to do for them. In this manner, they may experience a nurturing educational environment grounded in mutual trust and respect, physical safety, emotional well-being, and positive relationships. They deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Alicia Vaught is up next. Okay. Then we will move on to the next person, Bob Barbotti. And after Mr. Barbotti is Marjorie Mullins.
Bob Barbotti, Reiner. I oppose a union for public employees. The MCPS board is elected to oversee the county's public education. The superintendent and managerial staff are employed to execute the process determined by the board. Teachers are the heart of educating our children. If teachers believe that a union is in their best interest, we must ask why. Do they believe their pay and benefits are less than other teachers? Are the general working conditions unsafe? Does the workload seem ridiculously high because management continually adds non-teaching tasks to their workday? Do they feel they've been forced to work many hours uncompensated? Do they regularly buy needed supplies out of their pockets? Do their efforts seem to be unrecognized? Do they feel disrespected? Do they feel no one hears their concerns? If I were on the board or in management, these are the issues I would be listening for. Are you? Any of these perceptions could leave teachers feeling they have little or no support. The reasonable reaction by teachers is to listen to anyone who might support them. This opens the door for a union. The union's first job is sales. Identify a need and suggest how a product, a union, might satisfy that need. As to truth, salesmen with no clients, like a union rep with no collective bargaining unit, is a failure and is motivated to say whatever it takes to get the sale. Sounds much like what we hear from politicians every election. I submit that any desire by employees for an outside organization to represent them is evidence of dissatisfaction with leadership. Given that the board and managerial staff are here to oversee and execute the public education process, where should your efforts be focused? Identify the issues by listening to the employees, please. It takes time and effort, but this is your role. It's not about persuading the teachers they're wrong, but about showing them how you'll work with them to make it better. You should be the advocates for our MCPS employees, not a union. Now, as for the current pro-union sentiment that seems to permeate this resolution development, if you choose to ignore or give up on the role of overseeing our public education process by delegating part of your role to a union, then recognize every decision has consequence. Further, I respectfully submit that Vice Chair Franklin, as a union rep and organizer, has a serious conflict of interest, which will result in an inability to be objective about this collective bargaining decision, and therefore should recuse herself from any and all of this process. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Probati. Marjorie Mullins? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, electronically.
Hello?
Hi, is this Marjorie Mullins?
It is.
Okay, if you could just, well, you've already stated your name, obviously, where you are from, and then you can go ahead and speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm Marjorie Mullins. I live on Primrose Drive in Blacksburg. I am a teacher at Gilbert Lincoln. I've been a teacher there since 2007. Before that, I taught for 15 years in Louisiana. I'm also a parent. I have two children. My daughter graduated in 2018 from Blacksburg High School. My son is in 10th grade there now. My daughter would not be where she is in her life, graduating from college in May. She would not be there without the caring teachers of MCPS. My son, too, they took an interest, cared about a family trauma. The teachers took care of our kids during lockdown drills, helping to instill character traits in them to be responsible students and citizens in our community. I'm thankful for the custodians. They encourage students. There's many times where my daughter was encouraged by custodians in the hallway. And I want them to be healthy, to be able to clean, to not have large areas to clean in the schools. They do interact with our students, and they take care, especially during this pandemic, to keep things clean. The cafeteria workers, they know the students' allergies. They know what they like, what they don't like. I think they should be able to have non-slip shoes that they don't have to purchase for themselves to keep them safe and able to serve. The counselors and nurses, there's so many students that have issues these days that we want to make sure that the counselors and nurses, they have enough support so that they are not limited to different students. Our nurse taught our CPR on Friday for teachers. She has a lot that she has responsibilities for. The bus drivers, they keep our kids safe on the way to school and back. I think they should be paid so that they can make sure that they are good workers and that they are following the safety protocols for our kids. They take care of them. They know our children. All of these people in the schools know our children and they know their names. When we go home, if we're doing schoolwork, even if we're not, we're thinking about our students. We care about them. They become part of who we are because we're with them for so long. The MCEA and the VEA officers and members, they're all teachers. They're all part of the school facilities, whether they are a guidance administrative assistant, which I'm so thankful for that as much as they do in our schools. The secretary, the past president with the MCEA and have been teachers of my children. They're all teachers. We would like to negotiate about things like lunches. We have a 25-minute lunch right now. We would like to negotiate for fair planning, for fair pay. I'm so thankful that NCAA has helped us with health care.
Ms. Mullins, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop now. Your 3 minutes of time is up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cass, we've reached 30 minutes.
We've reached 30 minutes. That means, I turn the page. Ms. Drake has indicated that the 30 minutes set aside for public address is complete. Does anyone wish to make a motion regarding extended public address?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We will continue. Next, we have Gail Webster, and after Gail Webster is Michelle Wren.
My name is Gail Webster, and I live in Blacksburg, Virginia. Each of my children graduated from Montgomery County Public Schools, and this is the 27th year that I have been a Montgomery County Public School teacher. I absolutely love my job, and I love the students that I work with every day. I'm a high school special education teacher, and I spend every day working with students who struggle to understand and be successful in algebra and geometry. Many of my students begin the year and have never passed a math SOL. They never understood math. They failed math in middle school, and they have no self-confidence. We tell them that this year is going to be different. We spend the first 2 weeks of every year learning and building trusting, caring relationships and learning about growth mindsets. They learn that they can improve at anything, even math, if they're willing to keep trying and practicing. When they make mistakes, they're learning, and we're proud of them. They learn that they can do hard things, and their self-esteem and their self-confidence grows as they become more and more successful. We work hard to make our classroom a positive place and a safe place for students to learn and thrive. Often our students have not eaten breakfast, or they are struggling to focus when their last meal was 4 or 5 hours earlier. So we offer healthy snacks, peanut butter or cheese crackers, and granola bars to any student who comes to our class hungry. We can't expect hungry students to be able to concentrate on math, so we happily feed them. Most years, my co-teacher and I spend at least $400 each out of our own pockets to feed students. It is our greatest compliment at the end of the year when students say, "My favorite class was math this year," or "I can't believe I'm really good at this," or "I really can do hard things." We're not alone in how hard we work to help students succeed. I'm surrounded by an entire high school of wonderful teachers who put in long hours to plan, teach, sponsor clubs, sports, after-school activities, and who tutor after school, free of course. Our school day begins long before the students arrive and usually continues long after they have gone home. During the last 27 years, there have been many years when there was no increase for MCPS employees, and even the small step increases were not given. We felt that we were falling further and further behind the counties that surround us. It has been very discouraging each year to see other Montgomery County employees given cost of living raises while Montgomery County public school employees were not. Many years a cost of living increase is proposed and then reduced to 1/2 or 1/4 of that amount, and we are promised next year things will be better. 22% of teachers in Virginia don't return to their school after the first year of teaching. After 4 years, the number increases to almost 50% who don't return. Collective bargaining contracts help improve the working conditions for teachers, the learning conditions for students, regular bathroom breaks, smaller classroom size, more control over learning conditions. Tonight, you'll hear many voices speaking about public education. Please listen most carefully to the voice of the people who know and love our students best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Webster. Michelle Wren, and after Michelle is Lori Walsh.
I'm Michelle Wren. I live in Reiner, Virginia, and I teach 5th grade at Auburn Elementary School. Good evening, Chairwoman Cass, board members, and Ms. Whitaker. Thank you for your support and willingness to work with the Montgomery County Education Association in drafting a resolution for collective bargaining. As a teacher in Montgomery County Public Schools, I am in support of collective bargaining, which is currently being done in 44 other states. There are those who will claim several untrue statements about what collective bargaining will entail in Montgomery County Public Schools. You may hear that if MCPS employees through the Montgomery County Education Association are given collective bargaining power, that taxes will be raised. This is simply false and untrue, as I'm sure you know. The school board cannot raise taxes, as I'm sure you already know. Only the Board of Supervisors can raise taxes. Collective bargaining would give Montgomery County Education Association and Montgomery County Public School employees a seat at the table, therefore having a say in how the money allocated to the school division is spent. It is also a false claim and untrue statement that a person from outside of the Montgomery County Education Association will be the representative for collective bargaining. The representatives will be Montgomery County Education Association members, which by nature requires that they will be employees of Montgomery County Public Schools. What collective bargaining will do is improve the working conditions for employees of Montgomery County Public Schools, which in turn improves the learning condition for all the students. Each and every employee is vital to the success of students across the division. A school division that values and respects its employees is more likely to attract and retain the best talent. That talent is utilized to prepare students of NCPS for their role in becoming responsible citizens. Collective bargaining will help our school division to attract and retain the talent needed for educating the students of our community. Isn't that why we are all here tonight? Because we care about and believe in the students in our school system, because we want the best possible education for each and every student. As a veteran teacher of 31 years, all of those years in Montgomery County, I assure you that the students are the reason why the employees of Montgomery County Public Schools show up day after day and pour their hearts and their souls into their jobs. Montgomery County Education Association strongly supports collective bargaining to improve the working conditions of employees, which will in turn improve the learning condition of all students in Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you for your time, consideration, and support in this matter.
Thank you, Michelle. Lori Walls is up next, and then we have Jerry Souter on deck.
Hi, I'm Lori Walls and I live in Blacksburg. I'm here tonight to support collective bargaining. I don't know how to respond to the misinformation that seems to be surrounding this topic. I can clear up some of the misunderstanding because I am on the committee that participated in collective bargaining at MCPS. I'm not an outsider. I've lived in this community for 55 years and raised my 4 children in our school system. All we want is a chance to sit at the table with our administrators and school board to discuss our children's learning environment and the work environment of teachers, bus drivers, custodians, special ed aides, nurses, administrative assistants, the list goes on. We are all members of this community, and we would like the opportunity to discuss our needs and the needs of our students that we work with on a daily basis. We are the boots on the ground and may have a different perspective that could be helpful to our administrators who are calling the shots. Don't you think that it makes sense that we all sit down together to discuss how we can best collaborate to make the best learning environment for our community? Don't you want the best for our students and employees of Montgomery County Public Schools? I love my school. I love our school system. I love our community. I'm grateful for the opportunity to make our school system the best that it can be through collective bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Excuse me. Jerry Souter is next, and then Catherine Kincaid.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Sauter, and for the past 35 years, I have been a teacher at Auburn High School. I'm here this evening to support our efforts toward collective bargaining. The level of fear expressed over the past few weeks by some community members is really perplexing. They would have you and the community believe that collective bargaining, unionization, is something horrific that would be terrible for the county. For 35 years, I've done my best to fight misconception and ignorance with knowledge, so perhaps I could remind the community that the U.S. has minimum wage and a standardized work week because of unions. Unions are also one of the reasons that 5th graders are in class and not in factories, and I consider those good things. Those same people imply that Montgomery County Education Association is using alternate facts to hide something. I'm not sure what. There are no alternate facts. There are facts and there are lies. That's it. Every little child learns the difference, don't they? Eagles fly, that's a fact. Eagles drive cars, that's a lie. The community says that the school board will levy taxes. As you've already heard tonight, that's a lie. School boards of Virginia cannot impose taxes. It's illegal. They say the union is a gang of outsiders who are going to take over Montgomery County. That's a lie. The effort to gain collective bargaining is coming from us, the employees of Montgomery County Public Schools. The same people who pay taxes, who you see at ball games, restaurants, churches, and stores. Just regular people whose business is helping kids, and by extension, our community. The real problem, other than being able to discern facts from lies, is a total misunderstanding of what a union is and what collective bargaining means. Many people in the county have no personal experience with the union. It's unknown, and let's face it, as you've witnessed over the past 2 years, the unknown scares many people. So what is this boogeyman that people get so upset about? A union is nothing more than a group of people who work together to improve their own working conditions and ensure everyone is treated fairly and equally. In union, there's no gender, there's no race, there's no age. You're just a worker. And workers, even in the best of environments, need safeguards, guarantees, standards. That's it. Okay? Everyone in this room would agree that a classroom with fewer kids is better than one packed to the gills. Collective bargaining would make that not just a goal, but a legally binding agreement. Everyone in this room would agree that kids are better off with regular teachers than with a sub. Collective bargaining would ensure that we maximize our time in the classroom and not be pulled out. Do you want to know the reason I really want collective bargaining? I would love to be able to eat lunch without having supervised 25 kids, without having supervising kids, 25 minutes without kids. I might be able to go to the bathroom then, okay? So collective bargaining sure sounds like a communist plot, doesn't it? Me going to the bathroom. I'm still teaching because I love my job, but that doesn't mean there's no room for improvement. Please make that job just a little bit easier by acknowledging that not only am I a professional, but they have a talent, a skill that's in demand, and treat me and my colleagues with respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Please, remember, no clapping, okay? Thank you. Catherine Kincaid?
I understand the head of the MCEA, certain board members who will benefit from the union, and the superintendent are working together to bring the union to our county. This sounds really good, and after tonight, I was ready to join after some of them if it's so wonderful. But if it is so wonderful, why is it declining? And if these facts are so wrong and people are lying, why don't we see the facts? I'm a facts person. I like to read a lot, and I like to know what I'm talking about most of the time. And I'd like to see these statistics and where they're working so well. We better be careful what we wish for and make sure we know what we're talking about. It sounds good, but it's not. It will increase taxes. More bureaucracy brings more taxes, no matter how you get it. You know, there are different ways to skin a cat. Teachers, school board members, and taxpayers will have little or no say or control. It creates problems among teachers, board members, and administrators. It further divides rather than unifying. I think we should work together to solve problems, as Mr. Barbati was talking about. Not pay outsiders to tell you what you should do. Union dues are often used for things that teachers may not want them, and workers may not want them used for, things that they may not believe in. The Board of Supervisors will have a dilemma of raising taxes to meet higher budgets or refuse to raise taxes and to meet the needs of the children. Unions will take out the running of the schools as they have in Richmond, and I think I'm right in saying that. I think there's a possibility they could be running everything. Also, I'd like to say that people supporting flags that will support agendas of certain people should not be allowed. Using children to promote political agendas should not have a place in our school. The only flags that should be used in our schools are the U.S. and state flags. We need to encourage unity, not pull people apart. Schools are for education, not indoctrination.
Thank you, Ms. Kincaid. Next is Joanne Price, and after Joanne Price is William Price.
Joanne Price, Blacksburg. Private unions are okay because private companies have the option to lock out or close their doors should the union workers' demands exceed their ability to be profitable. Give you a good example, Alice Chalmers. They eventually went out of business and 109,000 people lost very good jobs because they could not meet the union demands from a profitability standpoint. Public sector or government unions are not okay because government cannot shut its doors. You just don't have that option. Another option that private industry has is they can do what Little Debbie did. They can just simply move out of Pennsylvania and move to Tennessee, non-union state, close their doors, and go out of business and come back in business, a whole new company, and start over. GE did the same thing in Schenectady, New York. They moved their appliance division because they couldn't make money on it with the demands of the union. So we got plenty of for-profit businesses, examples of how unions have gotten rid of good-paying jobs. But with public sector or government unions, the reason they're really not okay is because the government cannot shut its doors. You can't stop teaching school. Then the taxpayers are basically being ransomed. The workers are being paid for by the government and can lobby to elect their own bosses, which is always a conflict of interest. This is only so many cities and states. We can look at New Jersey, which is the chairman of the board is from. Chris Christie, when he took over, the first thing he did was went after the teachers' unions because they had an $11.9 billion deficit. He straightened that out and got the state back on track. That is why many taxpayers are fleeing the Northeast, California, union states, because of high taxes. This is the truth. You can go look it up. The other thing is unfunded benefits and pensions. If we look at the NEA, folks, there are trillions of dollars of unfunded liabilities. For any of you who don't know what an unfunded liability is, that means that you've got liabilities that you do not have any money to cover. And I don't think Montgomery County wants to be in that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Next is William Price, and then Nico Rensberger.
William Price, lifetime native of Montgomery County, with great appreciation for the wonderful teachers I had. I guess the number one was my mother, who was a teacher, and thankful for the board members and school teachers that worked together. Yes, it was years ago, but we had a lot of the same problems. But we had people who worked together. And for those who are excited about collective bargaining, so was I. As a young man, when I went to work at GE, we were convinced that we probably could do better having others to represent us. So we voted for it. And after a period of time, some of us were greatly disillusioned. If you'll permit me, I'm going to share one elementary class. As an order clerk, we needed to order the 4 small parts that I'm demonstrating here had to be assembled, put in an envelope before they could go to the production line. My friend Arnold Harris and I got the parts in. We had them sent up to the assembly line, and then we waited and waited, literally catching what I would call hell sometimes, because we couldn't get them to the line because 2 large control panels was sitting in a train car waiting for about a dozen of these little bags. So one day after we clocked out, we went up to the assembly line, got the 4 trays. Each part had to go up there in a separate tray. Brought them back to our desk, and he and I was putting them in the envelopes. And pretty good production. And after probably 45 minutes or an hour, suddenly we were confronted with the assistant plant manager, 2 union officials, and my supervisor, advising us how terrible it was that on our time, we were taking the initiative to assemble these parts, to get them out, so this train car that had been sitting there for 4 days now, needing to be on its way to Pennsylvania, could get out of the plant. We were threatened. I can tell you that convinced me and many others that if we can't use our initiative and our ability and energy for the furtherance of others, and ourselves included, we were at the wrong place. I can tell you, I saw a lot of good employees leave GE top employees, I like to think I was one of them, that we left for
Mr.
that
Price,
very
I'm
reason.
sorry, your time
Thank
is
you.
up. Thank you. Okay, next we have Nico Rensberger, and after Nico is Reed Broughton.
Hi, my name is Nico Rensberger, and I'm a senior at Christiansburg High School. I would like to note that the pride flag I hold tonight previously hung in the classroom where CHS Sexuality and Gender Alliance Club meets. And on the subject of teacher displays, I would first like to point out pieces of your own policy that conflict with the current interpretation that bans the display of pride flags in classrooms. In section 5-1.5, the Personnel Statement of Ethics states that staff should strive to support the civil and human rights of all individuals. What is a pride flag if not a show of support? Sections 5-3.4 and 6-1.7 both prohibit the endorsement of a particular political cause, party, or candidate. A pride flag endorses none of these things. Next, I have an example of a school district who is fully supporting their LGBTQ students. In District of Columbia Public Schools, there was actually a safe space campaign which encouraged teachers to display safe space stickers not so dissimilar to the ones that you have deemed political. There are some schools banning pride flags right now, but for every one of those, there's a school system like ours who displayed them for years without issues, and those schools continue to do so without issue. I won't pretend that there's a clear-cut precedent, because there's not. Myself and many others have spoken to you about personal experiences and statistics, so now all I ask is that you act. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Next, we have Reed Broughton. And after Reed is Gretchen Neinstein.
Hello, my name is Reed Broughton. I'm from Blacksburg High School, and I'd like to talk about your policy on pride displays. Your policy states that staff should avoid using position for personal gain through political or other influence. However, teachers having pride iconography in their classrooms as a means of showing support for LGBTQ students does not violate this private policy because acceptance of queer students' identities is not a political matter. It's a human rights matter. So much so that the UN has declared discrimination against LGBTI people to undermine the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is because students who are gay or transgender or queer, etc., are born that way. Likewise, it is wrong for such students to be disrespected or treated differently solely due to these factors. As one of those students, I can say that we have a human right to be accepted for who we are. Pride iconography helps achieve that by signaling to students that they are in a safe space where any form of bullying, including homophobia and transphobia, will not occur. Similar to a peace sign, or a sign that says no bullying zone, or even treat others as you would like to be treated, all signs I've seen at my school, pride symbols merely request that students be kind and respectful to each other. If asking students to respect each other is political indoctrination, then you all have got a lot more work to do. Moreover, your policies say that staff should work to support the civil and human rights of all individuals. They also say that students should conduct research in an atmosphere of freedom from bias and prejudice. I don't see what could be more consistent with those policies than pride iconography that signals to queer kids that they are free from prejudice in their classroom and that their human right to be treated with dignity will be honored. You should be proud of your teachers for taking the initiative to uphold these policies. And it baffles me that you all are trying to stop them. It is your policy, after all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Reed. Next is Gretchen Neinstein, and after Gretchen is Don Upham.
Good evening. My name is Gretchen Neinstein. I live in Christiansburg, and I teach at Bellevue Elementary School. I'm here to speak on support of collective bargaining. I have been a member of the MCEA, which actually is the union. I'm not sure people in the community know that. That is the union in our county. For 7 years, I've been a member, and I'm a building rep for the first time this school year, so I represent Bellevue. All attendees at the meetings are MCPS employees or representatives from the Virginia Education Association, which is the state-level governing body of our local unit. There are no United Steelworker reps at our meetings. I have never been bullied into joining the organization, voting for a particular candidate, or participating in any MCEA activity. I'm free to make a decision on how I participate in the MCEA. The MCEA has had a very positive working relationship with Dr. Meyer throughout his tenure in this county. It is not in our best interest to change that now, and anyone decrying the unionization of MCPS employees as if it just started this year needs to understand that. I am confident that many in our town and county police forces are members of their union. Contract negotiations are about improving working conditions. MCPS employee working conditions are your students' learning conditions. My working conditions are your children's learning conditions. Do we want children in classes of 32 or 16? Do we want children to have well-rested teachers or teachers who are exhausted by before and after school meetings and extra duties like recess and lunch? Do we want children to ride buses with only the bus driver supervising 45 kids, or buses with an aide to help keep kids quiet and safe? All of these are conditions that can be negotiated into a contract and are otherwise not guaranteed. As to tax increases, the County Board of Supervisors dictates our tax structure, as been previously stated. Also, the General Assembly has cut millions of dollars in public school funding over the last 20 years, putting more of the burden to pay public school employees on local municipalities. Members of the community who are worried about tax increases need to take their concerns to our Board of Supervisors and our state delegates and senators. In closing, I urge you to vote yes to collective bargaining and a prosperous future for MCPS. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Gretchen.
I'm Don Upham, a resident
Okay.
of Reiner. Good evening, board members and Deputy Superintendent. I have a quote this evening from one of the first textbooks that was used in many schools across this land to teach spelling, grammar, history, and poetry, even up through much of the last century. I quote, "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol or any likeness of what is in heaven above or on the earth beneath or in the water underneath the earth. You shall not worship them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting iniquity on the fathers, on children of third and fourth generations of those who hate me, but showing loving kindness to those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not leave you unpunished who takes his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter or your male or female servant or your cattle or your sojourner who stays with you. For 6 days the Lord made the heavens and earth and the sea and all that is in them, and rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be prolonged in the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, you shall not covet your neighbor's house, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife or his male servant or his female servant or his ox or his donkey or anything that belongs to your neighbor. All the people perceived the thunder and the lightning flashes and the sound of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they trembled and stood at a distance. And they said to Moses, "Speak to us yourself and we will listen. But let not God speak to us or we will die." And Moses said to the people, "Do not be afraid, for God has come in order to test you, and in order that the fear of him may remain with you, so that you may not sin." End quote from the Bible, Exodus chapter 20. Will we remain, I quote, "one nation under God with liberty and justice for all"? Will we continue to say, as the coinage and bills in our purses and wallets say, "In God we trust"? Fear God, that you may not sin against man or God.
Thank you, Mr. Upham. Next, we have
Cass.
Bob Beard.
Ms. Cass, we've reached an hour.
We've reached an hour. We have 3 people left. So,
It's an hour.
okay.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beard. It seems I've just been told we've reached an hour. And so therefore, our remaining speakers will be able to address the board at the end of our business meeting. Sorry. Okay. So I'm going to move on to our consent items. If there's nothing to be pulled from the consent agenda, then we will consider the consent items approved. Is there any discussion regarding the consent agenda? Okay. Payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Financial summary report. Do I have a motion to acknowledge receipt of the financial summary report?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to move to the business part of our meeting. We have Ms. Whitaker here, our deputy superintendent, to fill in for Dr. Myers. So right now we're at our COVID update.
Wonderful. Mr. Knott and Mr. Garrison, if you'd come forward, they're going to give us our normal COVID update. Or regular, I should say, not normal, right?
There's nothing normal about
Nothing
COVID.
normal about it.
I do appreciate you changing that word there. So, for the last 2 weeks, you'll see at the bottom 2 rows that we did take a dip the week of February 28th through March 4th. In our data, we did have a higher percentage of unfilled substitutes that week on average. You will also see that our average number of absences not related to COVID went down, and we had a few more COVID-related, well, we had 4.2 COVID-related absences due to COVID. But overall, it's kind of the roller coaster ride that we ride all year long. Some weeks are good, some weeks are not as good. We'll get to the schools that had higher incidences in just a minute. But you'll see that last week of March 7 through 11, we did improve again. Not quite to where we were 3 weeks ago, but it was much better from an attendance standpoint. And our the difference between our normal pre-COVID average and our COVID or our substitute average, as with COVID, dropped drastically from the week before. The 3 schools that had a higher incidence were on 2 days, March 3rd and March 4th, and they weren't the same schools. They were different schools, and there were a variety of reasons. There was quite a bit of testing going on that week, and so we had some other things that impacted our ability to, a higher percentage of people being out, higher percentage of jobs not being filled. Then the next week, we had no abnormally large incidents of schools not being able to fill their substitutes. Any questions?
Good evening, board members. We'll continue with the slides for today. In regards to our positive COVID reports for the week of March 7th through 11th, remember that's a 4-day week for students. We had a work day for staff on the 11th. I'm pleased to report 29 positive cases reported. That's for that entire 4-day week. Just for reference sake, happy to share that that's our lowest number since we came back from winter break, except for that very, very, very first week where we had 1 school day and then we're closed for snow. So keep that number in mind because it's going to be important in some additional slides that are coming. And again, a reminder that number is green because several weeks ago we started saying when numbers go the direction we want them to go, we'll put them in green. If they're going in a direction we don't want them to go, they'll be in red. But remember, that one is in green. You'll see where I'm going. Here's our epi curve from the health department. Again, a little bit blurry. I apologize for that. But again, you can see dropped off very, very much. We're going in the right direction again with our numbers as a county. Here's the slide where that other number becomes important in green. This is our attendance data. Again, March 7th through 11th, 4 school days, teacher work day on the 11th. Our attendance rate overall, 93.2, is good, but it's red because it's not as high as it was the last time I presented. Our highest school rate, 96, not as high as last time. Lowest school rate was 90, not as high as our lowest was last time. But again, going back to the COVID numbers, it's very difficult for me to attribute these lower numbers to COVID. So we have to keep that in mind.
Wasn't
Yes,
that the week of spring break at Virginia Tech?
7th through 11th, it may have
Yes,
been.
it
ma'am.
was. So that
Okay.
might account for some of the higher
Sure.
attendance
And
or
again-
absences.
And again, these numbers aren't bad, but when we start using the color coding, to stay true to the color coding, I have to say those numbers aren't as good in previous reports, but again, it's hard for me to attribute that to COVID. And again, another green number to kind of reinforce that point, only 73 of those days are reported as remote. Again, signifying that we have fewer students who need to learn from home as part of a COVID exposure or COVID positive case. Again, our overall attendance rate, even when we include those remote days and just make those absences, still a healthy 93, only in red because we've had some better numbers previously. Okay? I hope that makes sense. Some additional topics I'll just share for the board and for the board's consideration. Of course, March 10th, that was a Thursday. The CDC updates transmission levels every Thursday evening now. It's a weekly update. We kind of thought 2 weeks ago we would go to medium on Thursday. We did not. We stayed in high. But on the 10th, we did, Montgomery County did move transmission level to medium. And of course, under the board's directions, in accordance with the guidance you had provided us, we moved to say on March 11th, masks would become optional for employees. Ms. Drake was able to send out that email Thursday night. We had a little bit of good luck, just in that the next day we didn't have students. It was all staff, so we got to make that transition kind of nicely and smoothly. We are still waiting for some guidelines from DOLE, the Department of Labor and Industry. It's still under the 30-day public comment period. There's really some sense that may just die on the vine based on other things that are happening, but we won't know until 18th, Danny? 19th of this month. The other consideration we'd like our board to think about and decide if you have any direction you'd like to share with us. Do you have any thoughts or considerations that we should have in mind should transmission level change to low next Thursday when CDC announces again, or if they were to take us back to high? And I hate to think that way, but Roanoke County saw that Thursday where they had been in medium, and then Thursday evening went back up to high. So we share that with the board just for your information, and certainly as the board discusses and decides, leadership team stands ready to execute whatever direction you share with us. I believe that's my last slide, and certainly I'm available for questions.
Any questions or comments? Any discussion?
I mean, I think one thing I'd throw out there certainly, and I definitely appreciate all these numbers and the presentations, all the colors and stuff that you guys are putting in there. I know it's a lot of work. I really appreciate it. I feel like I had a hand in some of that, but I definitely appreciate that. I mean, I think that there's a conversation we should probably have in terms of how long we want to keep asking you to do this, right, and under what conditions, right? I don't know that we need to keep doing COVID updates like this indefinitely. Maybe that's a discussion. Maybe we do this once we go back to high, but maybe we don't need to under moderate or low or something like that. Like, that's probably a conversation we should have, because this is awesome, but I don't know that we need to track attendance over spring break and have red numbers when we know students are just out of school, right? So,
Any thoughts on that? Anybody on the board?
I agree, because that's one more thing on his plate that he probably don't need.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I can support that, unless the numbers go back up. Yeah.
Is that the only, I mean, do we have, are we doing, I mean, is there any other requirement besides this that we're even doing? So, I mean,
But then we wouldn't get to see Mr. Knott and Mr. Garrettson every meeting.
I mean,
They
I
look
would
like they're going to
say-
cry over there.
I mean, I would say, I think it's good that we're doing it today. I think it's good to see when, there was a long time that those numbers were pretty high, and I know that, different people in our community react differently to those numbers, and I think it's important at least that we be transparent. So I think it was good that we were doing those, and I equally think that it's good that we are doing them when the numbers have come down. I'm not sure what the criteria should be. Going forward, I would say as long as the numbers stay the same or go down, I'd be okay dropping this. But I think if things tick back up, it's probably a good idea to still make at least some of this data, maybe not all of it, but some of it that's easier to pull together available, case numbers and things like that. Because I know that there are people in the community that this is still important to them.
Could you clarify for me, just so I know, you want the dashboard to continue to remain, but not to report to the board? Is that what I'm hearing?
That would be, that's how I feel. I don't know how everyone else feels. I'll let you guys.
I don't know that
For
the
me,
dashboard really I don't know that the dashboard really holds a lot of value right now, because what we saw with Omicron and the timing of the home test coming out is that unless you had a student who told you that they had a positive test and they were staying out, otherwise they could stay out for just being sick. Their parents could have quarantined them. So I think we'll have some false, I don't want to say false data, but maybe incomplete data, because some of the positives could have just been done at home and not reported anywhere.
Is the dashboard highly work-intensive?
The dashboard is probably most intensive on school nurses. They probably have the greatest burden, or front office staff who are taking those phone calls very much. To Ms. Graham's point, we certainly, without a doubt, we have had cases that just haven't been reported to us, right? We have to assume that and know that. So again, essentially every report we've been getting along the way is a parent calling to say, hey, my child's not gonna be in school today, tested positive for COVID, and then that ends up being connected to the nurse who helps talk about how many days you're gonna be out. They're tallying all those numbers. Those numbers all feed up to Kelly Hager, our lead nurse. Kelly shares those with me. There's a lot of back and forth between student names and ID numbers, so we're maintaining confidentiality. And then I get Danny's numbers from HR of any staff. That gets rolled over to Brenda, who posts it on the website. So there's some work there. I think we've fallen into a very good battle rhythm, if you will, for it. Like I feel like we almost could do it in our sleep. Us, the folks at the school, are the ones that are taking all those phone calls and filling all that work. But I can't say again, I'm sorry, I have to look at my slide. 29 cases that past week. Low number of cases yesterday, I don't remember. Brenda, I'm not sure if you've updated today or not. One case reported today across the division. So those calls, that work has come way down, but there is no doubt that any of this COVID stuff was not taking place 3 years ago before we entered the pandemic. It's all new work for somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally would like to take that work off of people until something happens that we need to ramp it back up.
I agree.
Could we say that if we go into low, that work can go away? And actually, I'd really prefer to have. It would be great to hear from Kelly or one of the nurses on what they think we should be doing, because I'm not sure that sometimes they were the ones, I think, even asking to share this data, and so I don't know. But I'd go along with it, certainly, if it was, if we're between high and medium, maybe I think there's still some value there, especially for some of our people in our community who are immunocompromised and whatnot. But I think maybe going from medium to low, I would certainly support that. And certainly at this point, being in medium, we don't need to, I would support taking it off of the agenda on an automatic basis anyway.
So do we have to have a straw poll, or do we have to have a vote, or what do we have, motion? What are you looking for?
I don't think we need a motion as much as just a general
Done.
agreement here, so I'll just kind of go around. Dana, your thoughts?
So, yeah, I'm good with going ahead and,
There's two pieces. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
but
that's
it's-
okay. Go ahead.
There's presentation piece,
Okay.
and then there's the dashboard piece, I guess we're talking about, right? So,
Can I add one extra piece if we're going to go around? Just, if we moved from medium back to high, would the expectation be that staff does anything differently because it was when we went from high to medium with masks? Just so that if that happens in between a board meeting, we know as well, are we to remain the way that we are? Or is there some expectation that we do something different that would be beneficial for us to know? It's a question that we're glad hasn't come up in the last 2 weeks, but just want to be prepared for responding correctly.
well, I don't know if we have
So,
control over that. Masking?
there could be a situation that sends us back to high that could be isolated to one particular, quite frankly, building. And that would not affect the whole county. And I think, in my thinking, which some people think is not very good, but in my thinking, that could skew what's actually happening in the county, just because we may have an outbreak in one particular area. Are you following me?
I think you're correct, Ms. Franklin, but again, when we talk about the transmission levels, that's CDC based, and the farthest I can drill down with that is county. So Montgomery County is always going to be at one of those, well, I can't say always, we've
follow
seen
you.
lots of changes, but the current model says we're always going to be at one of those three levels, low, medium, or high. And I think many people are excited and hopeful that we're just going to continue to go down, and then our neighbors in Roanoke saw something different. And so that left our team saying we probably should try to get some input from our board to be possibly prepared for that, knocking on wood, crossing our fingers, and hoping we never, we hope we continue to go down. The other thing in your discussion is we begin to talk about doing some other things about removing the dashboard and taking some work off nurses and things like that. I think the board also has to consider that in some ways we'll be talking to parents about their not requirements, but their what we need from them as far as notifying us and sharing information. If we begin to take some of that down, it might be hard to get back to moving that back up. If parents have gotten to a point where they feel like we don't have to contact the school anymore, specifically regarding COVID, it has some other impacts as far as what Dr. Johnson may do with attendance, the ability to attend remote. So Ms. Whitaker is exactly right. You've got a couple things happening here in the discussion. Would you like to stop receiving briefings from Danny and myself? That may be an easy one. Would you like to move forward with doing some other things with the dashboard, which is on the website? And then we do talk about both directions, continuing to hopefully move toward low, but also the possibility of moving back to high should that be the case.
Now, the CDC medium, low, and high, that is based on something different than positivity rate, correct? It's based on hospitalizations.
It's two pieces, and kind of transmission rate, positive cases is one factor, but the one that tripped us up last Thursday really speaks to hospital burden, and there's some pieces there based on the capacity in your hospitals, and it also speaks to you could go to the hospital for something else and then test positive for COVID, and it becomes a COVID number.
Right.
So there are some pieces there where it's several components coming together.
Dana, you were going to say something, and we kind of.
So, I know we haven't had this, I know the board has not had this discussion as far as the frequency and how we were going to handle that. I do feel confident saying that as much as I know and would like to see us continue to go to low, we've got to be realistic. We're going to have upswings. With any other virus, there's going to be times when it's going to be high and then it's going to fall again, just like it did this time. So I really think the question is, I'm still good with not getting a presentation from them, even if the transmission is high. Now, do we want to still keep that communication open with the parents and still have that dashboard there? That might be something to consider as it sways. So I wasn't sure what the board's thoughts were on that.
It sounds like most of us, and head nod, we're okay with Danny and Jason not doing their presentation every meeting. Yes? Majority?
Yeah, maybe until like, if we get back into a high
If
situation.
it goes back,
maybe,
right.
Right, then
Right.
that would make sense, but.
Okay.
Sure.
So that we agree to. Dashboard, it sounds like maybe, I don't know, you sound a little mixed on that. I mean, I guess, I hear what you're saying, Jason, and I know how sometimes we have procedures and then you take them away, then all of a sudden trying to go back to them again. Although when you said it, the nurses are the ones taking the brunt of the burden, that concerns me. But I wonder if maybe we wait to the next meeting to make that decision.
Yeah, and could we maybe even can we get somebody from
See if this continues.
representative? Can we get somebody representative from the nurses to maybe?
Sure.
I mean, I'd hate to make a health decision on their behalf without even hearing their input.
Sure. We'd
I
be
am
happy
going
to.
to say something, and this is just me, this is just my personal opinion. With the facts that we've been given from Dr. Bissell, we have been shown that even with and without the masking, that the numbers, so even if we were to get back to that high level, at this point, I think with the vaccinations, the kids being vaccinated, the option of the masking still being in place, I really don't know how much the high level is really going to make a difference to where we start something new as far as what our policy is that has been put in place so far.
I don't think it's so much starting something new for policy, it's more continue that communication, this dashboard, so parents who are concerned, they have numbers to work with.
Right, but I'm
and they have
thinking that they're
information.
going to be looking to the board to see if something changes with what we would want to have be doing.
You mean
Unless
like
we
putting
state that-
masks back on? I don't think we can do that.
now, which I have no trouble stating, even if it gets back to the high level, I'm good still with no mask.
Well, I don't
For
think-
students, we wouldn't be
I
able
don't
to.
think we have an option because I thought
legally.
we can't any longer.
No, for students, we wouldn't be able to, and it's the Dolly date that's up, right?
That's what I was thinking.
The 19th, so that's very
Only 4 more
soon.
days.
We think it will expire, but, we don't know, and so that was just
So
the
that was
question
my
there with staff,
question
not with
The
families.
staff and administration.
Yeah.
Right.
There was also some information I just saw tonight that Governor Youngkin has also working towards eliminating or changing the guidelines for employers on what they're required to do, and it being a little less restrictive than what we had previously. So I think, and that's dependent on the DOLE standards, which there should be something coming out right around the 19th. That'll be the last day of the 30-day comment period, and we're anticipating getting some information from the state at that point.
Okay, so my question was more like, will we have the guidance once the doily has expired? So it sounds like there will be some guidance put in place, so that was really kind of what I was talking about.
Are we good with leaving the dashboard in place till the next meeting?
I'm not, but, I mean, if you guys are, that's fine. I just think, 2 more weeks, if somebody's bombarded and exhausted and wore out that we continuously hear, then why would we want to put that on them 2 more weeks when we don't have to? So, no, I'm not for it.
Well, I mean, but also Jason was saying the cases are very low, so I think that additional work is pretty minimal right now. So I think we're splitting hairs.
From a
Marty, your
sta-
thought? Oh, I'm sorry.
From a staffing standpoint too, today's the first day since after the whole pandemic first began that we had 0 staff members in quarantine.
Okay. I'm good with the dashboard being done.
I mean, I think that dashboard is still important to a lot of folks in the community, though, right? I mean, That's certainly what I'm hearing,
I'm fine.
especially while we're still in medium. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm fine with waiting to hear from our nurses.
Okay, I agree. Marty? Not sure.
Definitely, they can be done with their presentation.
Yeah.
As far as the dashboard, I'm not sure it's really telling us helpful information at this point, and that's a concern. I realize that the cases are down. It doesn't mean that a nurse still doesn't have to do extra work on top of their normal work, even if they have 2 cases in their school. So I'm not about putting work on other people for no extra reason, good reason.
Well, we have 3 to keep the dashboard and 3 to not keep the dashboard. So that means I get to decide, huh? I appreciate that everybody's doing a lot of work, but I would like to give it to the next meeting before we make that decision. Because I think that taking it down and then saying, oh, let's put it back up again, would be a lot of extra work, and it'd be easier, and it sounds like it's not quite as bad with the numbers down now, so, and am I interpreting that incorrectly?
No, I was just going to ask, would it be helpful to the board for me to try to communicate with school nurses starting tomorrow and try to get you some feedback before the next meeting?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Certainly we can bring Ms. Hager here to speak or whomever else, but the next board meeting, I believe, is 2 weeks away. We can certainly begin to try to collect that and share it with the board, if that would be the board's pleasure.
And I think there are parents out there who do rely on it to some degree, and I don't think just saying, okay, tonight, making that decision. I'd rather, let's wait a couple weeks and see where we go, and then we can bring it up next week and make a decision on that.
I can
If the
absolutely-
numbers are still where we hope they are.
I can absolutely tell you we have parents who check it every day.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
I know. So
If
Okay.
Wasn't there a third, I'm sorry, was there a third thing? Just those 2?
well, Annie,
The third was the mask, but I think we clarified
Right.
that with Dolly coming into place, and then any following orders from there.
okay. Okay, I think we're done with COVID update. Anybody else have any other comments? Jason, Danny, thank you so much for all the hard work you've done over the last 2 years. Collecting all that data. Jason, what are you going to do with yourself now? Okay, ELA textbook adoption timeline, and if, for those who don't know what ELA means, English Language Arts,
That's right.
because I was an English teacher.
Yes.
I
We
guess
have-
that's yours.
Yes, we have Dr. Michaeline Meyer here with us tonight, and she has before you our textbook adoption timeline. That timeline includes opportunities for stakeholder input. It provides information about being able, the public's opportunity to view the books and provide input on what they believe about them, and also our process for working with our teachers in the selection of those textbooks. Our expectation is for her to bring that to you at the May 4th meeting for a first reading of the book that is chosen by that committee, and then for vote at the second meeting in May on the 17th. She's here if you have any questions for her.
I have some questions, Michaeline, about teacher input. So how is that? Is that just one person at each school, or how's that input being given?
Thank you for asking. Every English language arts teacher, grades 6 through 12, will be involved in the process. We don't have a select committee. We have all English language arts teachers reviewing the textbooks that were approved by the state. So there are 4 series that we are reviewing. And we're in the midst of those reviews by grade level. We'll have that done this month.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so you're saying all of the textbooks that will be put forward are ones that are approved and like what, certified
Yes.
by the state?
Yes, we have
Okay.
4 that the board approved as being aligned to the 2017 standards of learning, and that's the only 4 that we brought in. And so they will be reviewing those, all 4 of them. We will narrow it down to 2. We will have presenters then come in and do their little dog and pony show and show us all the bells and whistles, and then the teachers will decide, will vote on the one that they want moved forward for your approval.
Okay, thank you.
The teacher meeting schedule, I don't know, maybe it's changed since I had gotten this feedback from some teachers, but there was a concern that middle school teachers were going to have to do like a reviewing of the materials during a workday,
Yes.
but they,
The teachers right now are reviewing them during one of their regular days. In terms of that, we bring in the full grade level with subs. On that April 29th day is the only day that we have had available where we really could get all teachers in to make that final decision. So that day is going to be used, that day will be used for the presenters to present on the 2 series that move forward.
see, my
But am I correct, it's not mandatory, those teachers can choose not to attend, but if they, kind of want to give that feedback, I would encourage that they
Yes.
be there.
because I got the impression that they were told it was mandatory. And I think that, I mean, I understand that it's hard to find days to do things like this, but I think we provide teachers with a teacher workday for the purpose of actually getting their work done and grading and doing all of those things, and to then have to spend the day doing something that not using that time, that's what we gave it to them for. So it would be really terrific if you could find a date that wasn't on a teacher workday to have them do that, because now you're saying, well, they have to basically give up their workday if they want to be part of the process, and that doesn't seem fair.
I guess it's a difficult, we don't have any days that we pay, like, it could be at nighttime, we could do that at night, but we don't have days without students other than work days. And so I'm not sure how we would provide that opportunity,
You might wanna
a
ask the
weekend
teachers.
maybe.
You might want to ask the teachers what might work better so that they don't have to give up their workday. It might be a good idea.
So how many teachers are involved with this?
Roughly 60 teachers, about 30 at the middle, and maybe 30 to 35 at the high school.
And all of them would be asked to be at this meeting on the 29th?
We are encouraging it. It's going to be their primary instructional resource for planning English language arts. So it's pretty important that they all have a voice in that. So we do want them to be a part of that.
The materials are always available for review, but the vendors who come in and give the presentations, they come and bring all of those things, and so that's on those days when they would do that.
So let me just clarify, it's not mandatory.
If they choose not to come, then they wouldn't be voting on the one that we would move forward, because you really need to see. I think the biggest issue for us now, in the past, the textbook was what we looked at. That's not what we're doing now. We're looking at digital resources. And although we're reviewing those resources online, without a vendor coming in and really demonstrating how teachers can use the resources online, how the interface will work for students, we're moving into this new digital piece. We just went through this with world language teachers without seeing somebody come in and demonstrate for teachers how they can effectively use that, how it looks to students. When we're really moving to digital everything with this process, it's a real transition time. It's not like what we've done in the past with textbooks where we throw them out, the teachers look at it, say, we like this one's nice, and then we vote.
But if they're digital, wouldn't they be able to look at it digitally?
We don't get the full benefit of having somebody come in and train them on how to use that platform effectively. So, I mean, we will do whatever the board wishes. So that's.
So could we not have sort of the trainer situation where folks who were not available or had other work that they wanted to get done on the 29th, have someone be able to train them from interacting with the vendor so that we have folks who can train and help folks learn how to use that.
I think she's saying if you could participate in that, or another teacher, and then provide other opportunities, maybe in the evening, or, you know, some other time where they could.
I don't know about the evening, but anyway. Okay.
We just don't have much time with them we've got very limited days for work days in their calendar where we don't have students there.
I don't know that I'd want to put that pressure on a single individual to have absorbed what a demo just did to then pass it on.
And I wasn't talking about a single individual, but we have some very skilled teachers and instructors in our district who this could be, you know, just like drinking water to them because they're used to using this kind of technology. So I'm just trying to figure out a way to be able for us to be more versatile in how we are going to help our teachers understand how to use the technology around different areas. The train-the-trainer model is something that is used all the time. So.
Sure, so this is where they're, maybe you could explain it better. They're not really getting trained on how to use it. It's more, imagine you're going to buy a car and teaching you how to, all of the bells and the whistles that the car has, but then we only have access to that for a short period of time. And so it's not really getting in and them actually, you know, teaching with it. They're looking at the resources that are available to decide which book that they want. And then when we picked, then we would do train the trainer. And we would bring folks in, similar to what we've done with Benchmark.
Right.
But in terms of just picking and being provided opportunity to view the resources, see what's available, it is, you know, good for teachers to get in there. I remember when I was a teacher and we would go and look at them and explore and then think about our lessons and try to decide which one would work best in our classroom. It's really giving them that opportunity because we don't have enough books to send one. Well, I don't know about, how do we do the login? Because it's not a physical. Can they get logins?
We have temporary logins during the review, and then the two final ones, at least my experience previously has been, then the two final ones will let us have an extended time through the end of March until they would come in April. So teachers can get in and continue to kind of explore and look. But there'll be a lot of questions because even just in the brief review we have, all the questions that teachers have can't be answered by looking at that. You really need the people who developed it to be present, to share it, to demonstrate it, and to take those questions and respond.
I'm not going to belabor. I mean, realize I'm the person who feels strongly about this, having been a teacher and knowing that your teacher workdays are precious, and also knowing that these kind of book reviews are really not good uses of my time. I mean, I appreciate that it has to be done, but I've been to vendor presentations, and sometimes they're not. I realize you have to do it, but I just wish it was not on a teacher workday, and then certain teachers don't get their workday. So most teachers get them, but then there's a set of teachers who won't get their workday, and that just seems unfair. So I think that we need to really think about what we're scheduling and what we're asking people to do on days that we gave them. We went out already give them some extra time, and now we're taking it away. Okay, thanks, Michaeline.
Okay, thank you.
Supplemental appropriation, Mr. Kranz.
This is pretty straightforward. What we got is CARES and ESSER. We continue as we spend the money, seek the reimbursement, whoever reimbursement requests.
I could hear you.
Yeah. It's fine. And then we got other grants that have come in, and we're asking you to appropriate these funds so we can go ahead and spend them for the purposes that they were awarded.
Motion to approve.
Second.
No, okay, actually, never mind. This is, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I was reading ahead. Mr. Kranz, you're also going to give us an update on the CHS design process?
Yes, ma'am. Josh Bowers with Crabtree and I'll do that together.
Okay.
All right, well, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. I am Josh Bauer with Crabtree Warbon Associates Architects. And maybe
Yeah.
Is this okay? All right.
Yes.
Good evening. Josh Bauer with Crabtree Warbon Associates Architects, and we're here to give you an update on where we currently are with the design of the CHS project, Christiansburg High School. So let's see if technology works for us tonight. So we're going to give you a progress update. We're going to show you a little bit on the updated site plan. We're going to go over the floor plans and then review the exterior elevations that they currently stand. So we've been very fortunate to have a series of meetings, at least 2 meetings with all the stakeholders. Here is just a handful of the folks that we met with, including the administration, teachers, athletics, phys ed, theater, band and choral. It really has been fantastic. The participation of the folks at Christiansburg have been awesome. And every single one of them is excited about the project. And was more than happy to share with us on multiple occasions as we kind of shared the initial sketches, and they said, hey, could you make these improvements? And then we came back and said, okay, here's the improvements. And they said, okay, well, that's good, but can you make these improvements? And we came back again. And so it's been a fantastic process, and hopefully everybody has gained out of this process. So this is the kind of the sketch site plan. So what's important as far as process goes is the town of Christiansburg is the one doing kind of the review from a layout standpoint. And what as we're looking to get the CMAR on board, hopefully, and then move forward with the construction process. One thing that we want to make sure that we're doing during this summer is that we're making the drives and the for the buses and the cars ready for the fall. So for those of you who are parents and decided to drop your child off, it is really awesome if you do it in August and you do the same thing in October. So while things may change as far as the design goes, and as we're working with the town to develop the final concepts, one thing that we felt very expressive on is making sure that we have the bus drop off, which is where you see the little bus there. I don't know if everybody's looking. So you see the little bus there on the left-hand side, the bus drop off, and then just to the right-hand side of that, where just to the right of the red triangle, is the car drop off, and make sure that is ready to go. Along with this is that the additions, which are in kind of the brownish color, you see the white is the existing building, is that we're going to be constructing the 2-story classroom addition, the admin, and the cafeteria over top of that parking lot that's on Independence. So with all of that going on, we're looking to create a temporary, which would then become the permanent parking lot on the right-hand side towards North Franklin, along with the temporary, permanent car drop-off and buses. So that way, I said, when the students start back in August, they'll be doing the same thing all throughout the semester and then all throughout the year, regardless of what construction activity is going on, to try to keep it as simple as possible. So some things that are going to happen is that we're going to be modifying on the left-hand side, is we're going to be modifying the student parking area. So what we're trying to do is create a chevron-style parking for the buses, which allow the buses in the morning. They'll be coming in 2 or 3 or 1 at a time, dropping off alongside. The students will be going in the front door. And at the end of the day, they'll be coming in, parking, and the students will come out of the building and load onto the buses. Once everybody's loaded, then the buses will be able to exit out. One thing that we found very, very successful, and I know that you're already doing that, is that it's fantastic to hold the cars, let the buses exit out, because there's anywhere from 12 to 20 buses, and then once the buses are out, then the cars can proceed again. It's really a fantastic way to control the traffic. One of the things that the town has asked us, and we hear this on every project, is what can we do to increase the car drop-off? We're all mature folks here. When we were kids, parents didn't drop off their kids. We rode the bus, or we walked to school. That's how everybody went. And I love parents of today. I'm a parent myself. I have a junior in high school. But we all drive our kids to school now. So there's gobs and gobs and gobs of cars. So what can we do to get those cars off of Independence and try to keep that traffic flowing? So what we're planning to do is actually have the extended loop that goes through the car parking area where staff is. So the idea is staff is already going to be at the school, and then we'll have that longer driveway for the cars to drop off, with the intent of getting the cars off of Independence earlier, and that way once they drop off, we can get them back on Independence and get everybody going, and everybody's going to be happy. One thing that you're not seeing on the sketch, which we're working on enhancing right now, is the core walkway to the Corps Cadet building. So that is one thing that we're working on enhancing. This is simply just a sketch that we're sharing with the town from the standpoint of logistics to focus on for, said the summer and fall work. And one of the things that you'll see in the next time that we meet is kind of the improvements that we're making to the Corps Cadet building, including new roof, new exterior, some of the interior improvements, and then also that stronger connection between the addition, and that's one of the positives of doing the addition on Independence side, to connect that to the Corps Cadet. Because again, we're trying to make this a campus and not just focus on the main high school building. Okay, and please, this is a presentation, but please feel free to ask questions if you have any as we go. So that's the site plan. So the floor plan. So what are the goals for the project? So we have a handful of goals. One of them is to give classroom sizes that are standard in today's in today's industry. For a classroom, for a music classroom, math, science. Make sure they're meeting VDOE's requirements. Work on adjacencies. Programs that have a relationship should be by each other, whether that's CTE or music and theater. So those are some goals. Another goal is getting us to what the 10-year projections are showing for this building. The last thing we want to do is go and build this building, and then 5 years from now be like, wow, Josh, you really missed the mark, and we're already full. That would be awesome if we had more folks coming to Montgomery County, but the reality is we're looking to meet that 10-year projection. And then obviously one of the things is what can we do to kind of bring a new face to the school? This was built in the 1970s. The 70s were not a great decade for architects. We really missed it. We really did. I'm sorry for the entire industry. We left out windows. It was it was just not good. And so we want to get daylight. We want to get daylighting. We want to have a new face. So there's a whole bunch of goals that we believe that we're accomplishing on this building, and doing it in a cost-effective manner. So just familiarity-wise, is the auditorium is kind of the one there with that's your existing auditorium with those kind of angled, those angled rows, and then over to the left of that is the gymnasium, which below is kind of your phys ed and athletic support areas, your locker rooms, and so that kind of gives you a familiarity of where you are. So the addition includes the cafeteria and the dining room on the left-hand side. That's a large purple area. The commons with the new front entrance, your admin, which is kind of the lowest portion there. It's that pink area, that's square. And then as you go to the right is your classrooms. There's your standard classrooms, so a 2-story wing. On the lower floor is going to be social studies and math. You can see kind of there's a knuckle there, and in that knuckle is going to be a collaboration area where multiple classrooms can get together. Your toilet rooms for your students and for your teachers, a faculty workroom, and some storage. But one thing that I do want to point out tonight is that one of the things we also want to try to do is we want to try and improve both flow of traffic and also security. And one of the things that we found to be very, very successful for administrators or for teachers is to be able to stand at one point and be able to look down 2 corridors. And you're going to see that a lot in this design. So if you look at the knuckle that is in kind of the very edge of the classroom wing, you can now stand in that knuckle and look all the way down this classroom wing towards the admin, or all the way down this classroom wing. If you're sitting at the admin, you can look down the commons, or you can look down the classroom wing. And you kind of see that theme that we're limited on resources and on administrators and teachers. So what can we do to make them more effective? So one of the things that, as daylighting is very important, and that's one of the advantages of doing this addition is that what we want is that every teaching space has daylight. So whether that's a math classroom, a science classroom, they all have windows. The vision may be different looking at them, but we're still allowing natural daylight to come into the classrooms. So on this floor, so we have the admin, the cafeteria, we have social studies and math. As we go inside the building, the auditorium has some light renovations in it. The area that's red, that is just above there, that is theater arts, your band, your choral, kind of all of the spaces that are complementary to the theater. Again, what we're trying to do is focus on adjacencies and making sure that the programs that work with each other are close to one another. And then on the left-hand side is going to be, you said, your phys ed and athletic support. So as we go to this, so now the field house. So we've talked in the past about what exactly is this field house. This is a athletics area. It's another main gym. And what this, as we went through the design on this, we talked about what this space is and is not. So yes, it is a 200-meter track. It does have the ability for 3 courts, a main court and then 2 side courts. And that's for basketball, volleyball, wrestling. This has toilet rooms and team rooms, along with both fixed and movable bleachers. And as we looked at this building, there was a couple things that really popped out. One of them is that, if you recall, the last time we met, this was actually connected to the main building. And from a logistics standpoint, from a phasing standpoint, there were some challenges that were created. One of them is that we have those modular classrooms that are kind of along the back of the building. If you've driven around the back of the high school, those classrooms are being used right now. So, Greg's like, hey, and I love Greg. He's like, hey, you're killing me here. Please don't remove those classrooms because I have nowhere for those students to go. So we said, okay, that's a good point. Another point is that how can we use this facility both during the day for students, after hours, and make it so that it's flexible for everybody to be able to use this. And if we want to use this facility for, as an example, a state track event, which would be awesome for a state track event, indoor track. What can we do? Because that often starts at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or sometimes it even starts in the morning, to try to make sure that we're making this for public friendly and for students that are not CHS students, that may be from other school divisions. So one of the things that we looked at was possibility of pushing this building away from your building. It allows us a couple of things. One is allows us to lower our cost because the building structure can be a little bit different than what the school is. So that helps us to keep our costs down a little bit. Also, we can have a separate entrance to this, and we have a much stronger ability to be able to close this off from your main building. So whether it's after hours in the evenings, it's on the weekends, or if it's even during school time, you can utilize this building and still have your main building that is running with students in it and not have any conflicts in there. So all the toilet rooms, your team rooms, everything is already located in this, so nobody has to go back inside the main building to be able to operate it. So as we go up to the second floor, so now let's go back to the addition. So just above the admin is that purple area, is the media center, along with your nursing, your nursing guidance are on the second floor. Also, we have English and science are on the second floor of the classroom wing. You're saying, wow, Josh, we're putting English and science together. That's a great question. So it is not uncommon for us to have 2 conversations. One of them is that English and world language should be by each other because that makes sense. They're both languages, correct? And also math and science should be together because there's math and science, so they should be by each other. Interestingly enough, they rarely have any interconnection. So as we were looking at this building and saying, okay, what is really the best layout? And English, and my wife is also a language arts teacher, so yeah. So is that English was said we really need to be by the media center. We're there at least once or twice a week, and what can we do to be on the second floor by the media center? So we said, okay, that's a great, but normally we put math by science, and we talk to math, and they're like, well, yes, but we can just easily travel because we're stacked on top of one another. Doesn't matter whether we go down the corridor or we go up the stairs to be able to talk with science. So what we found in this layout to be very successful is to have the science and the English, and everybody is where they belong. And the other thing with science is being on the upper floor. If we're going to be making any modifications, it's much easier for us to be moving piping and saw cutting the floor and having that science on the second floor as opposed to having it on the ground floor. So there's a lot of cost benefit, and it not only short term but also long term. The science had asked to be connected to CTE, and so you can see between science is in the green. And then your CTE program has a bridge connection that allows you to connect, and the CTE is in the top right-hand corner with the light and the dark blue. CHS has an amazing CTE program. And just in general, MCPS has an amazing CTE program. if you don't know this, Mark Husband is a huge asset to this school division. That guy's awesome. And my tip cup is in the back if you're looking. But in all seriousness, he is absolutely fantastic. Not only does he have his eye on the ball right now, but he's truly a visionary and has been fantastic to work with on this. As we look at the current programs and as we look at how can we expand and evolve, and really we've been able to do some great connections. So as an example, it is often a challenge to have cosmetology, to have childcare, to have those programs where you really truly are interacting with public and make them so that they're friendly for the public to be able to visit. So we intentionally put a security vestibule to allow the public to be able to utilize those spaces without being able to go into the rest of the building. We've been able to connect both drafting and art, and kind of the visual arts programs are all together in one space. We're even proposing to put kind of that, if you're familiar, the old childcare space that was a kind of a outdoor mezzanine level. If you're familiar with it, it's over by the mechanical room. What we're proposing to do is make that possibly an outdoor art area, which could be absolutely amazing for the students to be able to be outdoors, but yet still in a safe environment. So as you go over to the left, we have the world language classrooms along with the weight training area, and then also your business labs. And then kind of winding down, we have some student support areas with lockers. It's still a conversation that we have is that, what's the appropriate amount of lockers? Because students of today do not use lockers the way that we used to when we were kids. So we're only proposing to put between 300 to 400 lockers in the entire building because students simply are not using them. And then we're looking at light renovations of your existing gymnasium. So as we look at the front elevations, the next 4 shots are the front elevations looking from Independence. So what you can see here is, again, we're looking to really change and have a strong presence on Independence. So when you're driving down Independence and you're looking at the building and saying, oh my gosh, where's the front entrance at? It is no longer going to be a question on where the entrance is. So you can see the large overhang canopy. So that way when students are waiting for the buses, or they're coming in, that becomes a strong element. The front door is very, very evident. Over your left-hand side, you can see the cafeteria with lots of natural daylight and large expansive windows. The next shot is kind of looking straight on. On the right-hand side is going to be your car drop-off. To your left-hand side is going to be bus drop-off. And this allows all the students to be able to come in through one door. This really does allow. One thing that I believe I heard tonight was, was teachers are concerned about, what extra duties do they have? So what can we do to make the building and make it easier for teachers to be able to do those extra duties, to try to limit, allow them to be doing their work on their periods. And so with this design, I said that this allows us to really have a limited amount of monitors, for the students and both coming in from the buses and the cars. As we go further down Independence, just another shot of the front elevation. And then the last shot is this. This is looking, so to your back is going to be North Franklin. On your left-hand side is Independence. And the large C is where that knuckle is. Remember we showed you where that collaborative learning area is on the 2-story classroom wing? So that, again, that kind of enhances that whole intersection right there. Again, the goal there is to try to put as much natural light as possible. But yet, when you're looking at the building, you can still see, as you're driving down Independence, where that front entrance of the building is and make it very evident. So that's it for this portion of the presentation.
Thank you, sir. So you can see there's a lot of things going on at CHS, and there's even more behind the scenes. So in order to keep this project going, we did an RFQ for a construction manager at risk. As you recall, we discussed about that. We had 2 firms that responded to the RFQ, so those 2 firms were able to respond to the RFP, and they were the only 2 firms that were able to respond. We held interviews with each firm on March 10th. Right now, the committee we've scored them, one's ahead. The issue with both is by statute, you can continue to negotiate. You don't have to select one yet at this point, is who will be able to sign a contract. The reason for that is that the timeline that we have to keep this thing moving, remember, we have $10 million coming out of ESSER 3 that have to be spent by June 30th of 2024. There's no exception. If we were not to spend it until July 1st, we would have to give the 10 million back to the federal government. So there's no doubt about it. With that, our timeline's extremely tight, and so we want to make certain that whoever we end up bringing to you as a board, we know we can execute a contract with. The PPA contract that we're doing for CES, CPS, and BES took us about 75 days to negotiate it. It wasn't just a real simple negotiation and we get it done. I don't believe that's going to happen here, but you never know until you get into the process, and we're into the weeds right now, okay? So that's why we're keeping both firms out there while we negotiate to see who can actually sign the contract. And I do believe one firm is further ahead in that regard than the other firm. The timeline is extremely tight. As Josh said, the front bus loop, we want to get done during the month of June and July. The utility relocation, which is where that student parking lot or where the staff parking lot is, we want to get that done during the month of June and July. And then the area on the other side between the road and Franklin, we want to blast all of that. It's full of rock. So the time to do the blastings during the summer. The permit would be issued the week of June 13th. We would actually start construction June 13th and be completed on or before August 15th. Not a whole lot of days in there. That's quick. Full site plan is being prepared. We intend to bring that to the town. The goal is to have a permit on that November 21st. You may think, well, that's a long time. It's going to take, you know, you're going to get that very easily. Just to get the permit on CES, BES, and CPS took us 6 months. That was simple compared to what we're doing here. There's no correlation, and it was the town of Christiansburg that took the longest period of time for us. Construction would begin the week of November 24th. It would be completed between December 23 and May, it should be, of 2024. Remember, June of 24 is the drop dead date on those funds being spent. Any questions? This is a picture that shows you this is the blasting area. We will not get that paved during the summer. We don't think that would be the ideal situation. We're not confident that we're going to be able to have that done. We do believe the bus loop, the staff parking, and this entryway can be done. This is changing. I mean, even tonight, I've been told that we're going to turn this a little bit more than the way it is right now. And during that process, these plans will change constantly, literally by the second almost. But our goal, get this done, get this blasted. As soon as we get our site, this area that's in red that you see right here will open up. This will be the addition. That'll be the first thing we build. We also are talking about doing the gym at the same time. Once that's done, this will be the construction laydown area. This will become a construction zone. Then once we complete this, which we think we can get done in 12 to 15 months, then we'll begin the renovation, and all this is right now planned to be done at one time. Okay? Any questions?
I hope it doesn't rain a lot.
You and I both. This is our timeline.
Try some.
Oh. This is our timeline on just doing the paving part of the project. You can see how tight it is. We've got leeway inside of it, but it's something we think is very, very doable, and we can accomplish it. The more we look at it, the more we feel better.
Okay.
The next thing is the bond.
Thank you.
Y'all voted on the $100 million bond issue. That's scheduled to go to the market on April the 11th. The reason that this is coming to you again tonight is once the state got the resolution, which came from them, they asked us to make a change. The state votes on this bond issue tomorrow, so if I don't have a resolution signed tonight, we are not included in the bond issue. So I apologize for rushing this, but this has been our life. So what they did is basically, there's a document behind that shows you the changes, but basically On the first sheet, near the bottom, double I-2, it says plus an amount sufficient to pay related financing and issuance costs. So remember, we talked about the bond issue being $100 million, potentially having $500,000 of cost. We've taken that out because the market will determine how much the issuance cost will be. And so that was the language that the state wanted that in, as well as bond counsel for the county. Okay? On page 2, number 4, as you can see, it says the resolution adopted by the school board on March 1, 2022, addressing the same matters as this resolution is hereby repealed and superseded by the provisions of this resolution. So the old one goes away and everything's focused on this one. Again, I apologize for bringing this to you at the 11th hour, but we are constantly, once a day, most days there's at least 3 conference calls on this issue. And this was coming up from council, so we have to move forward with this or we won't participate in the program.
So moved.
Second.
I think it's the next thing on the agenda, actually.
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir, it is.
It was.
So I do have a couple of questions, but let's get this voted on first. I'm fine with jumping over it and coming back.
Well, we have time for discussion now, so.
Yeah.
Right. In a second. So, and I said any discussion. So I just know if this was the time for you to discuss or not. Or do you want to?
Not for the bond.
Oh, okay.
Going back to construction.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Do you?
Now I have
Okay.
a couple of questions as far as the construction. So especially with the field house, the addition there,
Yes, ma'am.
we have a whole community that's back there. What are we going to do to limit the noise and exposure to those folks? Because they're
Everything
right up
humanly
against.
possible, because that's a group we've had some experience with since I've been here with the athletic complex.
Right.
And it's obviously one that I'm very concerned about because we did, with one of the major rainfall events that took place, there was some concerns that some water that was intruding into a house was a result of the athletic project, which turned out not to be. We've had some relationships with the neighbors in the community. We're going to have to work it extremely tight. We don't have it, because we're going to have to build a retention wall around that gym.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also got to deal with a fire lane back there that we've got to have built by code. And so it's something that we'll be working closely with the town. We're not final on that at this point in time, but it is a number 1 priority on my list, because I think they're going to be if we're not careful, that's who I'm going to have the most problems with, and I don't want to deal, you know what I'm saying? I want to get on the front end, not on the back end.
Right. So if we go back to I guess it's the top floor, and when we're looking at the CET wing, I may be just not seeing it, but culinary arts, where are they at?
Josh?
Outdoor culinary arts, and it's right there on the left on the terrace. See it?
No.
Up top in light blue,
No.
the long one. It's beside-
Right.
And to the left also, yeah.
Okay. And
Yes, ma'am.
okay. So, food service, culinary arts lab, okay. I got that. As long as, yeah, I see it. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, the last thing I have is concerning Friends Elementary School, which is referred to as the Corps Cadets Building. And you were talking about changes to that building, and what's going to happen there?
So our basic belief there is we want to make it part, in maintain the history of that building. And so that roof needs to be replaced. One thing we're thinking that may make it a better view in part of the community, you know what I'm saying? So it's a focus. Because right now it's just, you know what I'm saying, that corner, you driving by, people don't, realize what we have there. So we were thinking of doing a metal roof there. The windows need to be replaced.
Right.
There's no
They were-
saving.
They were there when I was there.
Yes, ma'am, but maintain it, just like we've done here. As we took windows out and we put new windows in, we maintained the look, we maintained the feel, so the same thing there. On the inside, basically take the inside out like we're doing at CPS, lower the ceiling, LED lighting, new walls, flooring, new mechanical systems. And then on the brick, I'm not a proponent of painting brick because a lot of times it doesn't hold. But we want to try to figure out how we can make that school part of the whole Christiansburg. It's all one campus. Right now, it looks like it's all kind of cut up. You know what I'm saying? Athletics, school building, the core. And we want to make that all one. And we haven't finalized how that's going to be, but that's our intent. And that's what we're working on. And we'll get community input, to particularly like on the color schemes, to make it, because that's before my time, and you know what I'm saying? So I don't have that knowledge that I'm gonna need people from the community to say, that needs to be, and they may say, look, we don't like the metal roof idea, we wanna go to shingle roof, or some other type of roof system. We're not attached to any type of roof system. We wanna make it where it's functional, which we think anything can happen, but it's gotta make it fit within that campus.
Okay, because there is a big concern with myself and with folks in the community that the history is not swallowed up in this renovation. There's been too much of the African-American history, especially around education, that has been destroyed in Montgomery County.
Right.
And quite frankly, seeing Corps cadets on the side of that building is a bit of a burn for many of us, because it is Friends Elementary School, where the African-American students were put to be educated. And it's just been had many things happen there throughout the years. And unless someone is speaking to that history,
Right.
people don't know it. And people need to know that history. And when we're talking about a campus, the ground that Christiansburg High School sits on, and this renovation will expand, is the campus of CI. And this is a perfect opportunity to make sure that there is a celebration of that history in some way, so that it is not left. One of the I guess, museum, for use of a better word, that's inside the building is absolutely wonderful. But that little building across the way is very important.
Right.
And to not lose the integrity, and to make sure that it is known as Friends Elementary School.
That would not be a problem at all. It would fit, Ms. Franklin, it would fit into, our concept of what we're trying to do there, because you wanted to make a statement to the community. You wanted to become, you know what I'm saying, that, like the magnet that pulls the community together. And that corner and that building would be an ideal magnet. Now, one key thing that we haven't resolved is where do we take the signage, because it's not seen. The lit sign that we have there, but how do we move, where do we move that to, and how do we get a better return on our investment with that particular signage? So those are things that are still ongoing, and we'll come back to y'all, and keep you abreast. But you're going to be very proud of this facility. When it's all said and done,
I can't wait.
What you're going to see at CES, and y'all have already seen stuff at CES and BES, and I know y'all been happy with that. We're going to blow that away with this.
I'm counting on it. We've been waiting a long time. Yep.
I have a question on the early childhood. Is there a possibility, or their ground space on the CTE entrance there, and I know it goes to the early childhood, and they'll have their lab and then a classroom, but I also know sometimes they have an outdoor space. And it looks like there's a little long thing beside, and I was just wondering if that'd be a grassed area that they could put outdoor playground furniture, equipment, or something like that, just a few things, because, they usually do have 10 to 15 children.
Yeah.
Once
So-
those portables are moved from that area, we could do that very easily.
Okay.
And the portables will be removed.
Okay.
It's the timing of when. is
Gotcha.
unknown right now.
Yeah, because that's a must.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. You said, Tommy, that there's, the things are going to be changing, and I'm assuming that also applies, that's not just about the finances and the schedule and things like that, that applies to some of the details in the building as
Oh,
well,
yes, sir.
I'm assuming? Okay,
Yes,
all
sir.
right. I just want to make sure, one thing I'd like to see as kind of a flagship construction project on a high school that's going to open in, 2024?
Ideally,
In-
sir,
in the-
September 2024, we're moving.
In the
in.
Commonwealth of Virginia should definitely have something creative on the bathroom solution, right? Whether it's gender neutral bathrooms, or you and I have discussed some of the newer concepts coming out. I didn't see it in this floor plan. I just wanted to make sure that is something that's being discussed.
Yeah, that wouldn't be at this level.
Okay, fair enough.
As we start drilling down and we get into our construction documents. Josh right now is in the middle of the construction documents. The hope is we get the CMR firm on board in the next 2 weeks. They can begin working with Josh and refining those construction documents. We would ideally like to be going to the town of Christiansburg in mid-April. The town of Christiansburg will take at least 4 months to review it and give us their comments back, and that's multiple times. We'll give it to them.
Yeah.
They'll use an outside review firm. They'll give us their comments. We'll respond. We then will make changes. They'll review again. We'll respond. It'll go through at least 4 cycles of that process.
Okay.
Once we finish that, then the town of Christiansburg does a quick review and it varies by project, so I can't tell you with certainty how quick or how slow it may go. Then once that's done, we will begin construction. And when we get to that point is when you'll see final documents. We'll be able to say, here's what the restrooms will look like. Here's what the Christiansburg Friendship Elementary looks like, Friends Elementary looks like. You know what I'm saying, Ms. Franklin? Everything starts getting really finalized. The type of materials we're planning to use. It's not saying it can't change as we're going through this with supply chains, okay? And supply chain issues are out there. We don't want to slow the project down, so we'll keep changing things on the fly, but we'll keep the integrity of the project that gets approved,
Cool. Thanks.
okay?
Do we have
Ms.
anything else?
If it pleases the board, you've been here for about 2.5 hours, maybe a 10-minute break?
I'm sorry,
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Break.
It's okay.
Oh, a break? Okay.
It's been 2.5 hours, it's pleasure of the board. I just try and bring that up
Thank you,
every couple
Josh.
hours.
Oh, thank you, Josh. You ran away. Before we got to say thank you. Okay, I guess we could it's getting late, so, I realize people need a biological break, but let's just do 5 minutes so we can just get moving along, because it's already 9:30, so. 5 minutes.
That's a good idea.
And there's people who've been waiting, I know people are waiting for the conversation coming up, so I don't want to make them wait any longer.
Doing okay?
is proposing in both the governor's budget, the Senate version, and the House is at 4% with the 1% bonus, but it still gets the 5%. Under the excuse me?
Is that a biennium or? Is that a biennium?
That's 23. Now, for 24, under the governor's budget, if you do not give a 2.5% raise in 23, you are not eligible for any state revenue in 24 for the revenues that are tied to the pay increase. You have to give a 2.5% in 23 to qualify for 24. So what Craig did is he took the $920,000 that was for the buses, and he says, take that out of your operating budget, and I'll give you one-time funds, and you can buy 8 buses in FY23. Okay? Now, at 2.1 million, based off of everything being in the pot, okay, our budget's out of balance by $2.4 million. If we take the buses out, that's 920, and we take the $250,000 out, then on a 5% raise, we're short 1.2 million. Now, we're working with the county today, and we'll continue. There appears to be some leeway from the county that there may be other revenues that can come into our pot. We're not at, and we don't anticipate it's going to get to $1.2 million. But we will get closer, and then we're going to look at I'll work with my team in the finance group and see what we might be able to do with the goal to try to hit the 5% mark. That's what everybody's trying to do. The other discussion that has taken place, and I'm going to give you my opinion, that's what you pay me to give you a recommendation, but it's up to you to decide how you want to do it. The other discussion has been take the 2.5 cents, which comes from the county in their general operating fund. So that means those monies can be used any which way the county would like and any which way the schools would like, okay? We've always held them outside for capital. It's $2.2 million. What's been discussed is take 1 million of that and apply that toward the raise. Now, I'm against that from a pure financial standpoint, because what you're doing is you're taking dollars for capital, you're putting them in operations, and once it's in operations, it is extremely, extremely difficult to get it replaced. Let me say, the buildings that Montgomery County has are not in the shape that people think they are. Okay? And when you get my master facilities report, honestly, it's going to scare you. Because our buildings are not where they need to be. And that gets down to this. To have a building last 50 years, you should invest every year 2% of replacement value. Now, there's debt being paid by the county on behalf of the schools, and there's dollars going in. But here's the thing of the reality of the situation. Right now, there's 2.6 million square feet in this district. There's $800,000 given to maintain it. That's it. That's it. It should be well above $15 to $16 million a year. And the buildings are not going to get any better over time. I'd ask most of y'all here on the table, because of y'all's experience and so forth, Kipps Elementary, you would think it's a fairly new building. Kipps is 28 years old.
Their HVAC system.
Kipps's mechanical system needs to be just taken out of the building. It has no value. We can't find parts for it. When we have to replace things in that building, we have to have it machined, which means the costs are 5 to 6 times higher than if I went to the shelf and bought it. And that's if you can find somebody to do it. So I'm not trying to get everybody gloom here, but I would highly recommend not taking the capital dollars and using that for the raise. I would say, let us continue to work and try to find other areas of our budget that we can get to the 5% mark.
Tommy, I have a question. Can we
sir.
go back to the state money, I guess? So the governor's budget calls for either, if I'm understanding this correctly, if you're going to do it in 1 year, it's what, a 4% raise and a 1% bonus?
The governor's is a 5% bonus in '23, a 5% raise.
Okay,
So for us, that's $5.5 million.
okay.
His money too, and this is what you've heard many of these board members talk about, SOQ funding and how,
Sure, yeah, no, I
what the
understand
state
that.
asks.
Yeah, no, I
Here's
know
a prime
that's different.
example. $5.5 million, he's gonna give us $1.9 million,
Yep.
okay?
Mhm.
So we're responsible for that shortfall, $3.6 million basically. But if you don't give a 2.5% raise in '23 under the governor's budget, now that can change, then you are not eligible for any dollars in '24 for the pay raise. And he's proposing a 5.25% pay raise in FY '24's budget.
But you have to give at least a 2.5% this year, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, the budget's going to change, okay? They came out of session, and right now the governor, the Senate, and the House all have different budgets on just '23. The '23 budget, the Senate, under the Senate version, they're proposing we get an additional $1.479 million. Under the House version, we would lose $4.18 million. This is why you've heard me maybe tell the Board of Supervisors, it hasn't made a lot of sense to do a bunch of the normal reporting we've done because these numbers are changing all the time. They've even changed our '22 numbers, and I haven't even factored that into the '23 budget.
So Tommy, question to follow up on that. We lost a significant amount of money based on
ADM.
based on the wealth of our county.
Correct.
That the school system is not going to get. Is the Board of Supervisors making up for that? Because they have a big windfall of money.
No, ma'am.
I didn't think so. I just wanted the public to know that.
And what she's talking about there is the local composite index changed from 0.39 to 0.42. We had the 7th highest increase in the entire state.
And how much money does that,
It's about $1.8 million a year
that we will not get this year
that we won't get from the state.
because our county is wealthier?
Yes, ma'am.
Which means the state expects the localities to make up that difference.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
It's that simple.
it is that simple.
So I'm just giving this for for informational purposes. I'll come back at the goal would be come back at the next meeting, hopefully with a plan that we can give you a recommendation to fund the 5%, that it's doable going forward into FY '24, and hopefully the state, they are meeting as we speak. Hopefully before the next meeting, we'll know more of what our '23 numbers will be from the state, and it's going to be on the positive side, not the negative side.
So, I have to say, as wonderful as the county has been in past years where the state has not stepped up, and, well, state never steps up and does what they're supposed to do because they have that funny math that they do. Again, public education is being hijacked.
Yes, ma'am.
And I hope that our supervisors understand that extra revenue, because evidently Montgomery County can afford to put more into education. They need to do that. I can't wait to hear your facilities report, and I can't wait to hear the county's facilities report. And I have been pushing for that meeting, as Mr. Tabaka has, for quite a while, and that's going to happen. And then the citizens of Montgomery County will be able to see exactly what's going on with our buildings. And to be put in the position to say, you have to give this much raise to your teachers, was it 2.5%?
Yes, ma'am.
Or you're not going to get anything for the next year,
Correct.
is, again, doing nothing but destroying public education.
What is the county using their big windfall for?
They're doing a large raise as well as a compensation adjustment. They're doing a survey as we speak. What Mr. Meadows said is that they had not done an adjustment in some time, and so they're trying to get their pay adjusted to be more competitive in the marketplace.
Now, I think we had a speaker tonight talk about how hurtful it is to see Montgomery County employees get larger raises.
Bigger
than
bonuses.
Our school employees, and bigger bonuses. And everybody's job's important, but if we're not educating our students with the best that we can possibly bring into Montgomery County and retain, the future of the county.
Right.
The future of the county is at stake. That's the bottom line.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, if we don't educate our children, imagine what happens here in about 50 years. We've got people who may not understand how this works. And then, you know how the expression is, if you don't stand up for something, you'll fall for anything. Well, we're going to fall big time if we don't make sure that public education is funded the way it should be. And unfortunately, if that means that it's solely on the backs of the citizens of Montgomery County to keep things going in Montgomery County, then they're going to have to look at what they need to do to keep us moving forward. Because the growth that's happening here is because of the educational system. It's just ridiculous.
Well,
Keep y'all posted.
Thank you, Tommy.
thanks, Tommy.
This is why.
And it's like, don't kill the messenger.
He's turning his mic off.
Thanks for bringing.
And that was not a mic drop either.
I know, it's serious stuff, and it is extremely unfortunate that that the vision of our Board of Supervisors, or some of our Board of Supervisors, they don't understand the importance. Okay, citizen participation. The updated version of our public address policy, is brought to us tonight for approval. We looked at it last week, so does anybody wish to make a motion related to the policy?
So,
Motion to approve.
second? Nope.
Any discussion? Okay. Ms. Drake? Or Ms. Woods, whoever's doing the roll?
Ms. Bond? Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Motion carries.
For those out there who are wondering what we just voted yes to, basically, our citizen participation, we will extend it for 30 more minutes after those first 60, but that third 30 minutes would be at the end of the business meeting and before unfinished business, which means...
No, that's not right.
That's what it says right here?
Then it should be 90 minutes and then
90
go
minutes
to
and then another
that 30 extra.
No, should the board vote to extend public address beyond 90 minutes?
minutes.
Okay, my mistake, I'm sorry.
That
I
would have
apologize.
actually rendered the issue we
Right,
had
90
tonight. We
minutes.
only had 3 extra.
Then another single 30 minutes. So 90 minutes and then 30 minutes.
Can I ask you a question, though? Now that we've passed this, can we make it effective now? I mean, can...
Yeah.
We are, yeah.
Okay, all right, good.
Which means that when we get to the end of the business portion of the meeting,
Then
the three people who are left, if they are still here, they can speak.
Okay, great.
So now it's time for discussion regarding teacher displays in the classroom. The board requested we have a chance to discuss our policies related to teacher displays in the classroom. So I'm going to open the floor up to discussion. Anybody?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a whole lot to say on here. I'll try to not keep us here all night.
You're allowed.
So, yeah, so I talked to a bunch of teachers about this, over 50 actually. Wanted to kind of get different opinions on it. Good news is that all of them want to support all of our students, which is great. Definitely appreciate that. There are definitely some different opinions on how to do that. Most of them wanted to continue to display pride flags or stickers or safe spaces or whatever else, and they feel like the current policy, obviously is forcing them to not be able to do that. They still want to show support for our students. There are definitely some who had very well thought out arguments about why they felt that maybe they shouldn't need to do that. They should be able to support all the students, everybody have a safe space and not be afraid and stuff. But I think the reality is that a lot of our students don't feel safe, right? LGBTQ students in particular don't feel safe. Many are suffering abuse. They're having slurs thrown at them. They're getting bullied. Teachers, seeing that as well, and they're not sure how to help, right? They want to show support. If they don't feel like they're able to, not sure how to execute on the mission that we say where we value diversity and inclusivity. We have policies that ban this kind of stuff, but it feels like those policies are just words, right? We're not allowing them to live those policies out. So for me, this all starts by us acknowledging that supporting our students isn't political, right? We can't control what gets politicized. That's for other people to do, right? We have to deliver on our mission. So books are political, but we're still going to support our libraries. History is political, but we're still going to teach history and try to do it accurately, right? And so the problem we're facing is that the very existence of some of our students in the world is now a political thing, right? And that's what we're facing. But we still need to support those students because it's our mission, right? And if our policies are preventing us from executing on our mission, then we need to change our policies because I don't think we want to change our mission, right? So is hanging pride flags, the right way to do that? Is allowing them to put stickers up or some other symbol of that all students are welcome in their spaces if they want to identify with those teachers. When students walk into our schools, a lot of them are looking for someone to identify with, right? And they do it based on a variety of things, based on how they look. Do they look like me? Do they have the same interests that I do? But when our LGBTQ students walk in, it's not always obvious who they can identify with, right? And I think the safe space symbols and stuff, we're allowing them to do that. And now we've taken those away, and the teachers aren't sure how to show them the same level of support. So, really at the end of the day, for me, a lot of this comes down to just straight up bullying, right? There's so much bullying going on in our schools. We've got policies around that. It's not just LGBTQ students. I think they're facing a lot of it right now. They're certainly, more at risk than others, but, this is happening to, many vulnerable populations in our schools. And so I feel like it's on us to try to do something about this. So I would definitely be open to taking a look at policy 3.4, which is the one that we spoke to previously about the displays, and try to add something in there that would allow for exclusions for anything that prevents us from actually executing on our mission, right? That seems like a simple step forward, so that anything that comes at us down the road that gets politicized, we're not hamstrung, right? If the MCPS logo becomes politicized, right? We're gonna stop flying that thing, right? I mean, that's us. We can't control what people want to say or do about that. So, You know, and I'd also like to see, you know, a lot more effort put into just trying to make some progress into our bullying, and, you know, not just for these populations, but I think that's a good start. You know, I don't know if it would be the equity committee to kind of look into that, or administration or something, but I definitely get the sense that just students aren't feeling safe, and our teachers aren't sure how to help them. If students felt safe, they wouldn't need safe spaces, right? But they don't, and so therefore they do. So I feel like we got to get this right with our LGBT students, because they're the most at risk right now, and then we got to keep finding ways to make this better, you know, for all of our students.
Okay, so when we had a conversation 2 or 3 times back, I don't know how many times we've talked about this issue now. I thought that we decided that even though we weren't all in agreement on the displays in classroom, because I personally haven't changed my opinion on that. I think that it's a slippery slope when you open the door to anybody being able to put their personal opinions on the wall. It may start innocent, but it can grow into something that could cause real issues. But I thought we talked about a safe space, and I've heard a couple students talk about that, and you just mentioned it yourself. Why can't we have a Montgomery County logo safe space? And if someone wants to put it on their door, Montgomery County safe space, then if it's truly about just the safe space and feeling safe, that should answer all the questions. That should fix all the problems, if that's what we're pushing toward, no matter what the issue is, no matter where that child is in their life, no matter what they're feeling, then they can see that logo, that Montgomery County Schools logo with safe space under it on that door. If that teacher chooses to do that, they're helping the students, and is that not the answer? So I throw that as an idea.
I mean, one of our student speakers tonight, Nico, posed a really good question, I thought. And it was, what is a pride flag if not a show of support? What's the difference between the pride flag and an MCPS logo that says safe space, if that's what we define it to be? If we define it to be in support of our LGBTQ community, what's the difference?
There's a difference.
What is it?
Because that is showing support for a certain group of students, and we are needing to encompass.
I'm sorry, what's that? What's that? When we talk about these two things, what's that?
No, so our job as a board member is to make sure that all students feel safe, they're educated.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically the only thing this board needs to do. That's our job. So when we hear, or at least I've heard, I can't speak for any other board member, that even though there have been up, or these things have been up, then in turn, you're going to make others feel unsafe or unwelcome. So, but that doesn't seem to be an issue. So our mindset needs to be, we have a policy already in place that we have not been following, that I guess I opened the can of worms, so I'll go ahead and put it out there, that states all students, when they walk in that school, should feel safe and should feel welcomed. And that is in our policy. We shouldn't have to have things put up in a classroom by a teacher for any student, I don't care who they are, to not feel welcome. It is already stated, we have an anti-discrimination policy. We have an anti-bullying policy. So what really, after hearing what some of these students have presented to us at a couple of board meetings, saying they don't feel safe, that bothers me. So it's not the fact of us not caring about them as students and human beings, because we all do. I deeply care about every student. I don't want any student to be bullied or not feel safe. But the fact is that we can't provide that validation on an identification. Our schools are already welcoming environments, and once we start nitpicking through that and saying that, oh, well, we'll put this up for these students, then there's going to be other students who say, well, we need to see this before we feel safe or we feel welcome. But we already have policies. And so when I'm hearing students saying, we're being bullied, we can talk to teachers. when I still hear that this stuff is happening, even though these policies are in place, we have a much deeper issue, apparently, than displaying the flag. Because apparently our administration is not doing what needs to be done to make sure that these kids feel safe. So to me, this is an underlying issue as to what our real problem apparently must be, because we shouldn't have to show that for our or any student to feel that way.
So what you're saying is true in a perfect world, but we do not live in a perfect world. We live in a world where people have biases. We live in a world where people, some of those biases are maybe outright and in your face. Sometimes those biases are just deeply ingrained and we don't even know they're there. But the people that I want to listen to are these students that are coming and saying, and I'm glad to hear that you're saying that you're concerned too, that
Of course I am.
we
I'm concerned about
don't
my
feel safe. We don't, and what is it that's not making them feel safe? And I think this is not an issue of us not following policy. This whole thing came out of, some public, some social media posts that were made, and somebody went around one of our high schools and took pictures of teachers' doors that had, that show of support. And then a few weeks later, you do bring this up, and another one of our students tonight said, and this is what they're experiencing, right? Cedar Krish from Blacksburg said, why has the only thing that come down is a symbol and flags that support marginalized people? I think that what you're saying is true, that in a perfect world, yes, we shouldn't need that, but we don't live in a perfect world, and we live in a world where we support all of our students in different ways to give them what they need. And I think that when you are in a marginalized group, maybe you do need to know who's hyper aware of that and who's going to support you. And I don't think that that's a negative thing for a teacher to basically say, I'm supportive of this, if it's in our policy.
So you know the door you're opening there, correct?
Sure, what door am I opening? If there's stuff that's in our policy that says, we support this, we support that, and for teachers to come out and specifically say, hey, I support this, what door am I opening?
So you feel it's okay for teachers' personal opinions to be displayed in the classroom?
I think I understand that can be a slippery slope, but in this case, if that personal opinion is that they want to support our kids in the way that our policy says that they should, then yeah, they can put those opinions up all over the place. I'm okay with that.
If it applies to all kids don't feel welcome with that. So to me, a teacher putting that up may make another child not feel welcome.
So let me go back to my original question, okay? So, because you never really answered the first question. Because Jamie brought up this idea that we come up with a different symbol or a different thing. So instead of a rainbow, we're going to do we're going to do a Montgomery County safe space sticker or something, right? Isn't that the same thing? Wouldn't those same people who explain to me the difference there?
Okay, we've talked many, many times about our county having 4 very distinctive communities. Okay. So let's just broaden the horizons. Tonight, we happen to be talking about a pride flag, okay? But what about the student that maybe like me and have more weight than they are, and they're very self-conscious about that and have been very bullied? And that happens every day. We see it all the time, okay? So, and I'm just using this for an example. Someone is a very healthy, has workout things put in their rooms, all about maybe that child that's facing eating disorder, an obesity problem that could make them feel uncomfortable. Wow, they're not like me because I'm not what I should be. I know that's a overextension of what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to keep it. I just think as long as we can keep our classrooms as neutral as possible, then all students feel safe or should feel safe. And there's not,
without anything.
But I'm just saying, if the issue is truly about feeling safe, then if we had something simple, this is a safe zone, you know what, whether you're dealing with a home problem, whether you're dealing with a drug problem, whether if you're having an alcohol issue, whether you choose an alternate lifestyle, whether you're a minority, whoever it might be, if you see that logo that says Safe Zone, then you know that's someone that's open to discussion of whatever issue might be plaguing your life.
I think we're simplifying the issue a bit too much, though, because I don't think it's just about a safe space. I think it's about being accepted. It's about being accepted for your differences and being accepted that I'm just another kid like every other kid in the school, and this is what they want. They want people to accept them and appreciate them. And I think it's more than just the simple, we're simplifying, let's put a sticker up and that'll solve the problem. I think there's a bigger problem here of students who feel like they are not accepted. Because if what Jamie said, we shouldn't need it, then, we shouldn't need a safe space, then I guess it's okay for trans kids to use whatever bathroom they want.
Well, they do.
Are.
Right. So, but there's a lot of people arguing about that. I've heard plenty of people say that we don't want to have that and we need to have a special bathroom and we need so I think it's just accepting people, and we're trying to take the concept that all of our students are equal and should be treated equally, and then just bringing it down to the idea of, well, here, we'll put a sticker up and they'll feel better.
Well, I'm just using the language I heard tonight from
I think
those
that's
students
one
speak.
thing
Okay.
they're saying,
No, there
though.
were 2 or 3 people, and also Linwood used the same language.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
that's one
repeating
part-
the
I think that's
language.
one
It
part
might
of
be one part, but it's still a part. That's all I was saying.
Jamie, if there's a group of kids that feel like they're being bullied, let's say for, body issues, and they want to form a club and come up with a symbol that says we're pro positive body image or any body image or whatever that is, right? Then who in their right mind would ban a teacher from putting up like hey, I support this? I mean, maybe it's a teacher, for people who are marginalized, it does make a difference. If you can go to a teacher who's dealt with this before, maybe there was a teacher that had these issues when they were in high school. And so now this child knows, oh, this is somebody who understands this. This is somebody who is okay with this. Again, in a perfect world, we wouldn't need it, I agree, but we do not live in a perfect world.
Absolutely.
I'm going to see if we have others who might want to add to this conversation.
Okay, so I guess everybody's looking at me. So,
Oh, I'm looking at you and Marty, because you're both over there and we haven't heard from this side of the table yet, so.
Folks are not going to like what I've got to say, and I'm get used to that sometimes. So, we should not have to put any kind of stickers up that say Montgomery County, a safe space, because it should be safe for all of our students.
Thank you.
But the reality is, it's not necessarily a MCPS issue, it's a societal issue.
Absolutely.
And it's not just about our LGBTQ communities, it's about our minority communities, it's about our children who have issues with some people say is an issue with their weight. I don't have an issue with mine. But all other things that make our children all different and unique. They should all feel safe. And unfortunately, we don't live in that perfect society where everybody doesn't feel safe. For me, as a person of color, I don't get to choose how I may present myself when I walk in somewhere, and I have to learn through generations of being taught to be able to recognize, to be able to survive when I'm in an environment where I don't feel safe because of someone's actions or non-actions, right? I don't get to choose that. I live that every day. So to say we're going to do, you can use the pride flag or you can use an emblem that says, I'm okay with your body, right? But we also have those students, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, but I have to because I care about all of our students, who do feel uncomfortable with images in the classroom, because in their society, in their environment, they're taught that's a danger if we recognize this group, or if we recognize this group or these types of people. So when we allowed the Confederate flag, and that was displayed in classrooms, there were students who were like, okay, I'm in my safe space now. Plain and simple. Because that was displayed in the classroom, and they understood, this person thinks the way I do. And that means there are certain people I don't like. So as that slippery slope, we start to go down, this is what can happen. But so what we need to do is to make sure that we have all of our teachers, administrators, staff developed so that they understand when they see it, they are to address it
Absolutely. Thank you.
and take care of it. And quite frankly, not have to listen to parents yelling and screaming because my child was not able to wear their this or that, or they felt uncomfortable here or there. Because we have a norm, we have a society in Montgomery County schools that says everybody gets treated fairly. And unless we work at doing that, and we all believe that, because unfortunately, we all don't believe that. And to say we're gonna put an end to bullying when we have 10,000 students and how many square feet? Right, a building that our students are in throughout this county, to be able to track and to see every little thing and hear every little thing that goes on, it will take a commitment to make it happen. So as I've gone back and forth with this one, and it's very, very rare that I'm gonna go back and forth with an issue. I'm usually gonna say, this is where I'm at. You might be able to move me a little bit, but with this one, I've lost sleep as to how do we make sure everybody feels safe? And it comes down to, we make a commitment and we set things into action when those commitments are not met by the people who are supposed to be protecting our students. We ask a lot of our folks these days, but you know, education is not what it used to be. Our world is not what it used to be. There are so many people, fortunately, who have been able to stand up and say, this is who I am. And they should be able to do that and not have to be afraid of what will happen because I have, or because I am, or because of the color of my skin, or the accent that I have, or whatever. So, you know, I can't agree with having one emblem be up, because the next one, we will have folks lined up to say, okay, Confederate flag comes back, swastikas come back. You know, these are things that we've said no, especially a swastika. Have one of those come into a building and watch what happens, because society has said that is not acceptable because of the fear and because of what it symbolizes. And just because I'm okay with that flag does not mean that other folks are okay with that. And it creates an uncomfortable situation for them. Just like a Black Lives Matter poster is uncomfortable for people to see that. I don't understand why, but it is. And if we're supposed to be creating an environment where all of our students feel safe and are comfortable learning, then there's some things that we're going to have to figure out. And it's going to be painful to some people, but we just cannot let one group be able to say, I feel safe if this is in place, when there are so many others who may not.
Oh, did you want to say anything?
No.
Marty, did you have anything?
Marty's-
I hear what you're saying, Penny, but I do have to, I just want to clarify here. I think there's a very big difference between the Confederate flag, a swastika, and any of the hate emblems that are listed on the Anti-Defamation League's website versus a pride flag. I don't think you can compare the two. I don't think the pride flag represents hate and evil and ugliness. I think what it represents to these students here and others in the audience who have children who are transgender or LGBTQ, I think it represents love and kindness and acceptance. And I hear what you're saying as far as, you know, saying Black Lives Matter, whatever, but if we just whitewash our classrooms, then how do people ever learn to be accepting if you don't ever bring out those issues that they need to learn to be accepting about? So let's ignore it. Let's make believe transgender people don't exist. So then we can all be we'll all be good because they don't we don't have anything up here to remind us of them. So now we're all happy because we don't have to look at that. There's a message there that just pains me. And I get what you're saying about the more hate-based things, and then there's the ones that fall in a weird sort of place, like Black Lives Matter or Blue Lives Matter or whatever. I mean, there's probably plenty out there, but I just really struggle with saying to these students that, I'm sorry, but, you know, please just blend in with everybody, and don't worry, it's all going to be okay. Everybody's going to accept you. It's because we don't have anything. We're not. I think it's important to them because they're in a place now that, you know, our society changes all the time. First of all, if you look at this 5-3.4, it was written in April 2004. That was 18 years ago. Since then, I mean, back then, you couldn't even, if you were gay or lesbian, you could never even say that or talk to anybody about that. Things like that were never even accepted. And now we have gay marriages and same-sex marriages. And so, I mean, life has changed. Our whole world has changed. 2004 was basically, not before the internet, but Al Gore invented it way before that. But it was, I mean, kids didn't have, you know, the social media, the access they have now. So I think that it's an archaic policy that we are accepting to keep it archaic. And so we have decided that we are going to remain in a frozen time period, and we're not accepting that life has changed and and kids are changing. And you know what? They are way more accepting than us adults. They're in a way better place than us. And, you know, if we don't change this policy now, I hope in 4-8 years they run for school board and they get the policy changed, because I think it will happen.
So let me be real clear here. I at no point said people should blend in and we all just look the same and we all think the same, because that's absolutely crazy. And if that be the case, what kind of world would it be? And I also said we have come a long way in a society and in education, because students would never have spoken up like these students have been coming meeting after meeting after meeting. And I think it's incredible if we had more of our adults coming and speaking, especially at the Board of Supervisors meeting, about funding public education, maybe there would be a difference there. So again, this is not about people blending together. It's about us making sure we have a safe space for everyone and acknowledging, whether you like it or not, that there are children who believe that if you're acknowledging this group, then that's something I should fear, something I should stand up against, whether we like it or not. That's the way and what they have been taught. So that's one of the things that we really have to acknowledge. We just can't think about this group and that group and this group. We have to think that there are reasons why people wave around the Confederate flag and other things that we don't agree with, other emblems, because that's what they believe is the way things should be. So again, I will support all students, whether I agree with their religion, their identity, their whatever. We have to support all students, and we have to do it in a level way.
Okay, so I'd like to add something else too. So, so as is stated in policy 5-1.5, it states the schools belong to the public, and that's a quote. And they serve the primary purpose of providing educational opportunities. And opportunities is the key word here. So what we need to remember, that as a school board, it is not our job to put any opinions on any students of how a teacher, a student, a staff member, an administrative member, what their personal feelings or beliefs are. That is not what we are here to do in our school. What we are here to do is to make sure all of our kids are safe and they get provided an equal opportunity in education, and that they are all treated fairly. And that's the job of this board, and that's it.
Yeah, and with that said, we have a long way to go.
Yes, we do.
Because we do not have that environment in our schools. Not all students are given an equal opportunity in education. And it's because of biases, plain and simple, which we, for some reason, don't understand. We all have them. And unless we understand what they are, we will never be able to get past some of this discussion that we're having tonight, because some people don't understand that they have them.
Well, I'm going to kind of be like you. I'm going to say something that probably people don't like, but this is another reason the last few years I have constantly talked about our discipline issues, and we need to go back to doing the things that we used to do, maybe not as strenuous, but I think the state of Virginia has had a push on lack of discipline and to not have students lose their education, and by no means that's not what I would want, but I do think we definitely need to start really cracking down on discipline issues, whether it's treating students unfairly, bullying students unfairly, being ugly to teachers in classroom, doing things that make them feel uncomfortable. We need to start really saying that we're not going to tolerate this. And so that's one of my concerns.
I agree absolutely with that. You know, the first statement of the Dana made about, just, we shouldn't be accepting of these students coming in here and sharing their pain. We should take that to heart and trying to find a way to fix it. I'm absolutely down with that. And I totally appreciate Penny's statement as well. I totally get that. So if we can't keep taking bites at this apple here and not making any progress, right? I mean, this thing keeps coming on our agenda, and it's probably symptomatic of a bigger problem. I think we're acknowledging that, and that's awesome. It really speaks, a big part of it, not all of it, but a big part of it speaks to that bullying and the acceptance and discipline. So it's like, so what are we going to do?
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, we just gonna keep talking about this thing, or are we
Well,
gonna
I
actually
think-
try to take some action,
Well,
right?
I think we need to do something. I mean, I'd like to say that it's one thing, I don't know that it's our job to make sure that nobody ever feels uncomfortable. I understand what Penny was saying about some of those concerns, but we are talking about things that are in our policy here. If you are uncomfortable with LGBTQ people or a teacher that supports our policy of being pro-LGBTQ, then you're just bigoted. And I'm not sure that that's something that I want to, bend our policy to. So, I mean, that's the way that I see it, and I think that's the way a lot of
Remember our
people see
policy
it.
stating a specific group, that if you're not for a specific group, it states for all students to feel safe and opportunity.
This is, it may be a good comparison. It's the kind of the classic thing of, are we looking for equality in outcome or equality in opportunity,
They
right?
just want us to do our job. And what you're saying.
That's a very easy thing to say
has-
at the high level, but the devil's in the
no, it's not, Mark.
details.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
not. You're wanting to bring opinions from a teacher into a classroom that is going to make some kids feel safe and others feel unwelcome and not safe.
Talk to me about that. How?
And I'm not just stating this one particular item. I'm saying it could be anything from any side or any thought or any whatever. None of it should be in the classroom. None of it.
We are never going to perfectly.
Unfortunately, whether it is a sticker or a flag or a poster, they don't really mean a whole lot if the people in the classrooms and the people in the building believe that that is wrong, or you being that person is wrong, and those biases come out so that students don't feel safe. So unless we educate ourselves from this board down as to how we understand what we feel inside when we see a certain person or hear certain words, then we're not going to move the needle much. So with all the complaining about the professional development that is helping folks understand your reaction or your lack of reaction to a child gives that child a feeling that they're not safe or they're not wanted. But yet there's a lot of resistance to that because we as a society, we just want to keep some people here and some people here, and that's the way it's supposed to be. And we don't want to change that because that would mess up me being here. And that's the bottom line to this. We don't want anybody who's not considered mainstream to have any kind of visibility, any kind of power to be able to threaten what I have. That's what it's about.
So getting back to Linwood's question about what we do about it, I mean, Penny said, that we should make a commitment. There's been talk about, cracking down on discipline or bullying, and those things I think are all well and good.
I didn't say that. That was Jamie.
Yeah, no, I'm saying just across the board, these are some of the things that I've heard. I would say that I think it is worth looking into what we could do on, I'm not saying that we should do something one way or another, but as Sue said, I think, the last time these policies were touched was a long time ago. And I would support the idea of, perhaps having our staff look at, some sample policies from across the Commonwealth to see, because surely, I mean, look, if we are the first, I don't think we're the first board that's had to wrestle with this, but if we are, we keep talking about how innovative we are, so maybe we'll take the next step of figuring out a slightly better solution on this. But I do think that we need to move forward to, I don't want to go down the slippery slope, and I understand where some of those concerns are, but I don't think that some of what we're talking about is necessarily the slippery slope, and I think that there are ways to craft policy in a way that might protect us from that. And I think we should at least look into it. We don't have to commit to anything. We don't have to do it. But I do think maybe the next step would be to just look into what we could perhaps do.
So we already have accepted a policy for our transgender students. That was made new. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, is there not something in there that states if these students should feel bullied or feel whatever, that there is like a protocol that we follow or some guidance for them to follow? Is that not stated in the policy?
It is.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So how many students do we see around discipline issues, and they have said they have followed the policies, they have followed the recommendations, but yet nothing may have changed?
And we have heard that, Ms. Franklin, and that is a concern of mine. That's why I said, when these students are coming and saying that they don't feel safe and they're bullied, that's a huge concern of mine. So we need to find out, we need to give some guidance to these students to where they feel like they can come and let us know why they're feeling in this way. And then in turn, our job is to make sure they don't feel this way anymore without having to have anything making them feel this way, because we shouldn't have to do that. They should feel that way when they walk in the door of our school. Every single student should feel that way.
And I absolutely agree, and I think I've said that, at length. But to say the students haven't come and told us what's happening and how they feel, they've been doing that for the last almost year, talking to us about what's going on, because they decided, this is who I am, and this is how I'm going to express it, and therefore, I've become a target.
Well, Ms. Franklin, if you don't mind me adding to that, just on what Ms. Bond was stating about the discipline, we've heard this same problem in our discipline hearings. We've heard students say, no, I didn't, yeah, I know what I should have done, but I didn't. Or I know I could have gone and talked to so-and-so, but I didn't. So it's not just one particular thing that we're having this issue with. It's covering a lot of different areas with students, and so there's something going on there that we need to fix.
Because what is followed by, why didn't you, is because nobody did anything before, or I didn't think anybody was going to do anything. Nothing's going to change. Those are the words that we hear.
Again, I'm talking about these policies that control, the public displays in the classroom. And you're right, that it should apply to a lot more than this one issue. This is the one issue that's kind of gotten the most attention right now, because it's a good example, I think, of unintended, bad consequences. So again, what I am in support of, and if there's 4 board members that are in support of at least, just doing some exploration on if we can, change any of these policies in front of us to basically help, help out in this area without going down a slippery slope, essentially.
Well, I would really love to hear from the Equity Committee. I mean, going back into last year when this was on the agenda, I'm still baffled by the fact that they're not up speaking about this in front of us, right? I want to hear from them on all this stuff, right? Really? And I don't know if we just need to ask them or how that works, but.
They would definitely have quite a bit on all of the different things that you're talking about. They do go out and meet with student groups. They hear their concerns. They're meeting with parent groups. So they certainly would be able to provide you some information based upon the concerns they're hearing from all different types of groups of students. I can't say every group because I don't want to say that, but they would certainly have feedback that they would share with you if you wanted them to bring that forward. They've met with a lot of kids, a lot of parents. That's what they do all day long, is respond to these type of concerns.
I mean, I think before we go willy-nilly trying to change a policy or whatever, I mean, I think that's a good resource to
I
start
just
with.
said, let's just take a step to just explore, and that's actually a fantastic idea in a step forward to explore what we could do, if anything.
I do think if we're going to explore policy, we need to bring it should be the involvement of others outside of the board and just administration. It should be our teachers. I mean, these policies involve our teachers, our staff, our students, parents, and I think we need to get more involvement. And the equity group's a good idea.
Yeah, and the equity committee, Guyleen would be able to speak to it better, but they are actually in the process of doing some policy review right now. I do believe that's something that we should get on as a regular cycle. We're supposed to review them every 5 years. And so that group has picked a few this year that they're reviewing. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but, oh, there she is up there. There we go. So do you remember which policies there? Okay.
She has to come to the microphone. Come on down, my Eileen.
Yep.
You're the next.
No offense, we've gotten to listen to Danny and
Yeah, come on.
Jason a lot lately, and I'd like to hear more from Guyleen on some of this stuff. Yeah, there you go.
haven't
Get her over there. in
You
the hot
haven't heard
seat.
them as much as us.
That's right. There she is.
You're never safe, no matter where you sit, Eileen.
I tell you, I've been doing this a long time, so I'm always ready. But no, I do not remember the policies. I know it was the 3 policies that the group wanted that the advisory committee wanted to talk about. We did not meet last time. We have created a rubric that we are using to look at policies. And as Ms. Whitaker has said, we brought up, and I knew she already knew this, a lot of our policies were out of date. And so we are working on that. In fact, we meet tomorrow, and we're going to look at those policies. We also have an equity policy that we are working on to bring to you at some time. So, and we have been looking, we've had some groups to ask to speak to us. And so we've been meeting with them. We also, after speaking to one group at one high school, decided that we wanted to speak to other groups at other high schools. So we're trying to make that happen, even though it's at the end of the year. But we want to come on some kind of cycle for next year where we're visible, we're in schools, and that they can talk to us. We want them to know who we are so that they will just come up and talk to us.
Okay, thank you, Eileen.
All right, sure.
Sorry to make you take the long trek down. Well, I guess at this point, I don't know what other discussion we can have.
Well, I think the question is, do we, I mean, is this the way forward? Did I miss something there with, have we decided that we would like to explore that or have the equity committee talk to us about this or something else or what?
So I would just need some clear direction on, are you wanting feedback just on what they're hearing, or are you wanting their opinion on the policy? I think there are a variety of different things, because we talk about.
Yeah, their recommendations on, possible ways forward. 'Cause
In their conversation with students and teachers.
I mean, there are valid concerns, I acknowledge, about this, and so but to me, I look at this and say, I think it's a solvable problem. And, so what's their opinion on this? What have they seen? Yeah.
Are others okay with that? Linwood, Mark, Penny?
Yeah, I'm okay with it, because I'd love to see someone come up with a policy that would help change society. Yep.
Yes.
Well,
No pressure, guy.
small steps. Okay, then I would say we are done with our business meeting, and so we have 3 more people on our list. Hold on a second, I'll get your names. I believe Mr. Beard was the first one up.
Cass, I
If
feel
he's
like
still here. Do I need to do something first?
I just need to remind you that the signups for public address stay open until public address is concluded. As a result, you have more than 3 people who are signed up for public address.
Oh, darn.
I do feel like I need to point out that one of those signups was electronic, and we require 24 hours notice. So that person will be unable to speak this evening because they signed up tonight for tonight.
Okay.
So you're saying it grew since we
Yes.
started the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
So we still have 30 minutes.
Well, Mr. Beard, you waited? and you have your time.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. After listening to this, and I was watching some previous ones as well, we need to have more parents here on a regular basis to hear. These are some very complex issues, and there's not very many easy answers, and the differences in opinion vary greatly on the solutions. So I'd like to start with talking about some collective bargaining. After listening tonight, I hear all these teachers complain about not enough money, too short lunch period, and magnitude of issues. But it all boils down to one thing: more money. Okay. Then you guys mentioned that the state's going to cut off $1.8 million. Okay. And then last night at the Board of Supervisors meeting, we had one of the supervisors mention, say, well, how can we get pay raises to the teachers out of that $13 million you guys got from federal government, because you gave 6.5 to them, but you didn't give the other 6.5. So you used it in other places. I don't know if it was for face masks or for whatever it might have been, but the point being is we're trying, we got to figure out ways to how to lower costs and not how to increase costs. And a collective bargaining, more unions, all it's going to do is raise costs, because now you got another party involved, and what happens is you're going to push the parent seat away from the table. You got collective bargaining, you got union in place. Now you're going to push the parents away from the table, and it's already hard enough for parents to be involved in the first place. Okay, and I would like to see, we talk about transparency, and so we see a line item budget where we get to see exactly where those dollars are being spent, so we know how, so the teachers get to see that as well. We have transparency on where dollars are being sent and allocated, so we have the truth. Okay. I'm going to skip the gave price. All right, so I told you I was watching some previous episodes of open discussion. Last week, or the last meeting on 3/1, at the 3-hour, 5-minute mark, caught my attention. We had one of the school board members talk about they were afraid that with the way things are going, with the new laws, would put her back in chains. Okay, yep. That's I'm not sure where that comes from. Went to the Virginia State House website, and I didn't see any legislation about going back in chains or slavery. Slavery's in China and Russia and North Korea. It ended here in 1865 with the 13th and 15th Amendments. It's also stated in that 3-hour in that segment about let's keeping the. I know what it was. This particular school board member mentioned that there's only the real truth about history and about education, and we didn't. It's her job to make sure that we taught the real truth and real history. And all I hear from the last 2, 3, 4, 5 months is
Mr. Beard, your time is up. I'm sorry. Next up is Matthew Fentress, if he's still here.
I'm here. I'm listening. I'm going to speak next time.
Okay. Thank you. Next is Juliana Rosso.
Hello, my name is Juliana Rosso, and I am a junior at Christiansburg High School. So I'd just like to address some of the stuff that was said during this discussion. One of the things I'd like to bring up is that LGBTQ people aren't just your students, it's also your staff. So is saying that having these policies bring out, you're saying it really highlights these people. Well, what about when every class I sit in, my teachers have pictures of their family up and they talk about their family? Are my teachers who have same-sex partners allowed to do the same thing, or is that allowing their opinion out there? Why wouldn't they be allowed to do the same things that their heterosexual coworkers do? Another thing I'd like to say is that I absolutely would love if there was more things done for bullying. That would be great. However, for that to be done, you need students to report this bullying, and students will not report that bullying to teachers that they don't know will believe them. If a teacher doesn't have something that makes them think they'll believe them, the student doesn't think that they're going to. So many kids, as a leader of our school's Sexuality and Gender Alliance Club, so many kids have come up to me and told me what has happened to them, what people have said to them, what people have done to them, and I urge them to tell teachers. I tell them they'll go with them, but they won't do it because they're afraid, and they're going to keep being afraid until we do something that makes them feel like they're not afraid. So whether that's changing a policy, allowing a pride flag up, or something different, something has to be done to get these students heard. Another thing I'd like to say is that pride flags don't just support LGBTQ kids. In fact, the colors of pride flags, the rainbow, is red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sunlight, green for nature, turquoise for art, indigo for harmony, and violet for spirit. Nowhere in that does it say gay. It says we support these things. This is what our pride flag stands for. It doesn't stand specifically for LGBTQ people. It stands for everything magical, everything amazing, and just people in general. Pride flags are not hate speech like the Confederate flag or swastika is. That is hate speech. Prides are not hate speech. Pride is here to celebrate diversity. How do you want us to celebrate diversity like your policy says if we hide it? Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. Next is Crystal Fentress. You're going to pass too? You mean at 10:54 at night, after teaching all day, you're not coherent? I don't understand that. Okay, and you said the electronic one, we will not be,
Right, because they have to give 24 hours.
Yeah.
okay. Are they aware?
They signed up like 2 hours ago,
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. I don't think it's her.
Okay, then, at this point, we move on to unfinished business. Are there any matters of unfinished business this evening? No, I don't.
Can I ask you one question real quick? Do I remember us discussing trying to put students at the front of public comment? Was that something that we were supposed to try? Do I remember a conversation about trying to put students up
I brought
front?
that up as a suggestion that came out of one of the breakout sessions at VSBA. but
Oh,
I
okay,
don't-
was that
I
where
don't
that
know
was?
that there was, well, actually, some people, there was some support. I don't know that we ever,
I just wonder about our
Well,
students
actually,
who
I
have
think
school tomorrow, if we
Juliana
could do
signed up
that.
tonight, so she
Yeah.
signed up right before the meeting, so
Okay.
it would have been hard to push.
Well, and I think the conversation around, not that I wouldn't support that, but we were saying there's parents that have to get home to children just
Yeah,
as well.
there's
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we did not go through with
no, I
something that
think
we
the
needed
board
to do,
didn't have
moving
a
them up.
consensus
Okay,
on that one.
okay.
We're not missing something.
Okay.
Great.
Any new business? Are there any matters of new business? Okay. Announcements, I think, since it's, unless there's something really major.
I have something really major.
You do? Okay, go
Yes,
major.
Auburn boys basketball won state
right,
championship. That's major, okay? I'm sorry. Thank you.
So I have a couple. One, as I've been announcing, the Dialogue on Race will have its Winter Summit on the 26th, starting at 10 o'clock. And the topic is critical race theory, systemic racism. And everyone is invited. Also, for those of you who remember our former superintendent, Dr. Tiffany Anderson, she has been voted USA Today's Woman of the Year.
Wow.
I should say selected.
Any other announcements? Okay, the agenda preparations on your agenda. Our next meeting is on April 5th. We hope to be back at the County Government Center for that meeting, so this says. Is that accurate?
Well, it's not just smell, it's the chemicals can be there without the smell.
VSCs.
But I will not be here for that meeting. I will have to phone in or something. So you may be able to go back, because I won't be there.
Okay, well, we can make that decision. Then on the 12th, we have the joint meeting. And then after that, then the next meeting is on the 26th of April? For swimming?
Spring break.
Spring break, oh,
You can swim on it.
swim meet.
Swim week.
Spring break, okay. Ms. Whitaker, do we need to go into closed session to discuss student matters or personnel matters?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Then we are not going to closed session, so I don't need that. And I don't need that either. So I need a motion to approve the personnel report as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we should wait 2 minutes and make it 11 o'clock. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. At 10:58, we are adjourned.